burning down right now in Spokane, Washington, with high winds whipping up these fires in neighborhoods. I don't know how bad this is going to get, but we're listening to the scanners right now, and I'm hearing a lot of homes are engulfed in flames. And we're listening to kind of where they're at, what parts of the city they're at. We're going to look at some of the maps as we're listening. Share the feed everywhere. Get it out there. Everybody stay safe. If you're in the area, we have someone that actually got evacuated that we chat with regularly. That they might call in. They might call in. If anyone is in the area, let me know in the chat. Yeah, there's been lots of evacuations. I've got the maps here as well. We're going to look at some of those maps right now. Let's just take a look. There's a number of different feeds going on in the background that I'm listening to, but Indian Trail here is where a whole street is on fire of homes, like 12 different homes, completely engulfed in flames right here. Indian Trail area. They said North Indian Trail. I would imagine it's probably these homes right here. If you can see those homes right there. They gave the cross streets as I was listening, and so a lot of this is on fire right here. We've also had some major news about a gunman in central Idaho, I believe it was Idaho, maybe southern Idaho shooting where 3 people were killed. Dramatic footage of gunmen, two gunmen just going down the street shooting people. Yeah, just absolutely crazy. Here are the duty fire maps that we're looking at here. This is where the fire is right here. Old Trails Fire. I think that's the one that we're looking at. Old Trails Fire. Let's listen and see what they're saying here.
Okay, which unit is this? Rush 11. I just walked over the hill. You drove a Forest Service in your work. Continuous problem. Okay, now we're going to be relocating Brush 98 up there. You'll have more resources up there soon.
Yeah, the division Indiana updates you on our division.
Yes, 5 mile and strong.
Yep, that's from you. You've got the south side of the fire on the roundabout. 152 moving back towards Indian Trail. And then I've got the north side.
Go ahead.
From the roundabout west.
All right, there's Indian Trail right there. Indian Trail. There's Indian Trail.
Division Indiana this time is starting to get around the head of the fire on that left shoulder.
Continue to move out to the south on them, where there's opportunities, but they're working on that. The head still is on there in the 5 mile. However, this fire could get established if it continues
So they're saying 5 mile. I guess this is 7 mile right here. This is set there. They said it could go up into 5 mile. I guess this is 7 mile right here.
Were you information on if Fairview is taking this whole thing, or if they're just taking east of 295? Conservation Market Command is now part of Fairview Command, and one part of the command is going to be Division Yankee, and I'm Division Yankee. Okay, fine, copy. I can let you know what resources from us that those buildings.
This is 5 Mile right here.
Get in contact
This right here is 5 Mile. This
I see on
this one right here.
what you like me to do.
I don't know. A new fire that's running. They're saying this is 5 Mile, so they're saying it's sweeping across here. And there's lots of neighborhoods. Look at all the neighborhoods. This is 5 Mile Prairie in here. They're saying this fire is sweeping across, and it's just burning down houses as it goes. So let's look at that. Listen to what they're saying.
Fire in District 9.
Deep north with one.
Affirmative, and I hadn't heard any traffic for a while either. There was a transition. We'll see if we can reestablish coming. They may be really busy with all the labs over there.
I think on my side, here's you up, and there's a lot of them here as plane
Quint 52 from his branch.
structures in the
Yeah. Yeah, so this area right here is where the fire is right now. It's right in this area. See where all this is right here? You got 5 Mile over here, and if you look at this, you can see this is where the fire is right here. Now, it's all down in here too, but this is mostly probably not lived areas. These are not areas where there's a lot of houses, but up here you've got all the houses and neighborhoods, and it's flowing into this area right here. Old trails. This is Strong and 5 Mile. This is 5 Mile. This is Strong Road. And if you look here, this is 5 Mile, and I believe, where is Strong at? Okay, here's 5 Mile, and this is Strong right here. 5 Mile and Strong. So fire is over here.
Engine 7409.
You're looking at fire over here.
652.
It's probably in all these wooded areas in here. But when you've got winds whipping it up, it's burning through these homes right now. It's burning through these homes. So they're literally having homes all on fire in here, all throughout in here.
I'm going to get in contact with RIC.
See, especially right in here, Indian Trail. All of this in here is on fire. See, look, this is Indian Trail right here. Indian Trail. And you're looking at, let's see if we get it right on the side of Lincoln Road. Here's Lincoln Road. Indian Trail is right here. It's all of this in here. Indian Trail, Lincoln Road, right here. See, this is where that little whoop-de-doo is right there. That little turnabout right there. Look, right there. That's where all the fire is, right in here. All of this is on fire. These homes are all on fire here. There's a lot of wooded areas in here. So this is all in here on fire. Right down in here. Well, actually, okay, so it's all up in here. These homes, they said 12 homes burned. I think that they might be, these homes right here are probably the ones they're talking about, because this is right where it's blowing in here. And you got a lot of brush in here and a lot of, when you're talking about, let's just listen and see what they're saying on where it's at. And then you got all of this area in here with lots of fuel in here, with lots of wind. Let's listen to what they're saying.
Copy that. We're going to get an engine up there and get some water around there.
Now, I know somebody that lives in the area. They got evacuated. They might call in. I told them to call me and let me know what's going on. So we might have a live caller here in just a few minutes. Let's listen in and see what they're saying here.
Go for engine 42. Yeah, we're gonna get you located up here on Fairview and see if you can't get some water on these piles of parts here to try to reduce the amount of spot fires you're getting up on the highway. Copy, we'll send you in out.
Stand by. I want you to bump back out. I don't want you to
Rifle 5 and full force right now.
I'm going to try to hear where they're talking.
Were you able to get a hold of air attack?
Yeah, we have brush 81 with you.
Negative, I think, with the busy airspace, I'm able to reach them currently.
Okay, I need you to get out of there, head to the north end, and head towards
Brush 81 from Houston Branch.
Fairview Lane. And
Fairview Lane.
What's your location?
1002, Operations Command.
95, you copy that traffic.
Houston Branch.
Can you give me your current address?
Dispatch from 430.
Yeah, overview and tie-in with
Do you know if State Patrol has anyone coming to this or not?
All right, so there is 3 feeds on this feed here. It's not me, it's just the feed.
Right up the yellow line, we've got marked with cones on the inside number 2 lane. We do have both lanes open, but we're going to probably be getting engine 44 on my self-action service here shortly. We're unable to move it totally into the ditch.
I mean, they were last updated that the road should be mostly clear and the patients are here both headed off.
Right, but
you also have engine 2 in brushes
you're showing me that downriver golf course on the south end, right? It's up against the river. If you come to Family at once. So I don't think this was a spot. I think this might be a new fire, about a half acre inside.
Traffic for engine 5.
Okay, copy. Nobody's been able to reach air attack currently, but we have a lot of lead planes and VLAS overhead, so I'm guessing there's conflicted with air traffic currently.
Which side did you copy? You have yourself, engine 1, truck 13, brush 15, and brush 81 in your division.
Copy. Go directly with Structure Protection Group on VTAC 11, see if they can spare resource for you.
Copy.
Operations from Division Quebec.
Engine 9 from Houston Branch.
Division Quebec, go ahead.
Go for 9.
So you kind of saying traffic here.
Give me a status report, AJ.
On air. But we
we're on Tucana and Tucana Court, trying to protect these 7 or 8 houses. We got one fully involved to
operations for Division Mike.
basically to the right of us, and we're keeping that one at bay to protect the
I'll give
7
it
or 8
a scan,
houses.
see if maybe Newick can reach air attack, see what's going on.
We've had most of the fire pushed through over Silver Spur.
Yeah, we're section that's
Brush 15 from engine 56.
I'd like to employ my task force to begin moving up the hill.
Do you guys have a call out
just getting accountability for what resources you're plugging and playing. What I'm looking at is we still need to make sure the crew is working earlier, so if we can leave a couple brush trucks.
We can cut down some of these trucks fire to the call center. That's going to help us defend us.
Copy. We'll start now at Silver Spur Lane.
Stop it. Break. Division Echo off.
Obviously trying to get a hold of command.
Hey, I'm trying to go for Echo.
Dispatch from attack 10-3. Fairview command.
Guys, can we go ahead?
You also have Valley Engine 5 station here if you have an assignment.
We are staffed with 4 and available to respond to any of the fires locally. Can you advise which one we should go to?
Let me check with the AC. Stand by 1 second.
So there's a number of fires ongoing right now. Look at this. Check out the map.
Confirming you're out of that area. Confirming you're out.
Yes, we are out. We are Fairview and Piper.
Okay, bump down to Fairview and Stillman.
Attack 10-3. AC's request that you hold in your district. It's just you and Airway Heights for that area for routine calls at this time.
So you got a Fairview fire, Fairview's fire. You got an Old Trails fire. You've got Meadowview fire going on right now. Meadowview. So these feeds are overlapping. I'm not doing it. That's just the feed itself, because I guess the way they're broadcasting it is all of them at once. I have no idea why, but normally you don't hear as many people talking over each other like that. But we might have someone call in here in a minute. They said they were being evacuated, or they were evacuated. I thought he was on a cell phone, but I'm not sure. We'll find out in a minute if he calls. Let's listen in.
Command from Division also, just to note, just advise that the high tension lines are still energized. Command.
All right, so just a little bit of an update on that manhunt. I guess there's a manhunt for this guy right here. Let's see here. Something happened in it was Twin Falls, Idaho. And this guy here, I guess, and some other guy started shooting up people in the streets right by an In-N-Out Burger. And it says panicked patrons started running for their lives. We got a lot of video footage of that event right on our Telegram page. We could show you that in a minute. But it says that people were just running around. This was 2 p.m. This was about 3.5 hours ago. And everybody was running out of the parking lot. It was some kind of a mallish type area. And a guy was just on the street, just shooting people, shooting their cars, just shooting people on the street. Now, there's supposedly more people were dead. I guess there's already been confirmed 3 deaths. But there was another person involved in shooting as well. So there's 2 people they're looking for. 2 people they're looking for. And this guy, I guess, is on the run. He started shooting up this Tesla. I don't think there was anybody in there. I hope there wasn't anybody in there. He just started shooting this Tesla up. Let's see if there's any updates on this. Let's see if there's any update. I'm listening to the fire stuff here right in the background here, so we'll keep up on the fire here, but let's see what they're saying here. Yeah, we got ads. Let's just go back and listen here. I'll look up some other stuff here. Hold on.
Dispatcher 430. 430 is also on scene. Scene turned over to State Patrol.
Third View Command Division 8, Survey 2. Vista is heading your way.
Houston branch.
Wake up.
Engine 18 to Chutes Division from Houston.
Go ahead.
I just want a status check on you, make sure you're doing okay.
Go ahead, operator.
That's affirmative. We work well north out here on the chute. We're in a cul-de-sac. We're doing all right at the moment.
All right, so another update here on the hackers, supposedly that were from Iran, that attacked and are hacking our critical infrastructure. 7 different states. And are you hearing anything about this in the media, in the news? We were talking about this like 3 or 4 days ago, that something like this could happen. We were watching and looking at some of the information that Ice Age Farmer had posted on his Telegram page, and so I kind of covered that news, and then the next day it happens. It's happening right now. They're attacking critical infrastructure. We're talking water plants. They're attacking. They've disabled water systems in 7 different states, and I think they're going after power stations as well.
Make sure you go into your chain of command. Copy that. I did. I tried fire quick after the shoot release, man. Never got an answer. Like that's defending the structures here. So
Let's see here.
430 Yankee from Arcadia 29.
I'll show you some of the footage of what we're looking at here with this fire. Let's take a look at some of the fire.
I'm heading back to Fort where I was going to take a little scout if I could. And I'll call you on the phone.
Oh, that's me. I clicked on my own link. I was like, wait a minute, that's me. Here's some of the footage.
Going to the east-northeast, the 1st Division, from point of origin, deal to the bluff is Division Alpha on VTAC 13. Break. I don't have engine 96.
Division Yankee from Arcadia 29.
Bluff to the river is Division Delta on DNR TAC 1. Break. Squad 46. Continuing east.
Here's some of the footage of what just happened. Listen to this.
Area for the next division break.
On Ultra Drive.
Location. Break.
What the fuck? Dude, that nigga got an AK.
Hell yeah, he does.
Coming back to point of origin, now going along the southern flank.
They got fucking serious fucking
clockwise.
Oh, now he's getting a motherfucker.
On the
Oh,
right
Yeah,
flank,
another gun.
from EO.
Oh, you
better sound bigger.
we're getting the fuck out of here.
You better get out of
12, all the way out to the bluff. Break. From the bluff to the river is Division Whiskey on VTAC 14. And then from the river, going easterly, is Division...
All right, listen to this, guys. Listen to this. So, Iran is now preparing a comprehensive plan to completely destroy the Middle East's energy infrastructure. A synchronized decapitation seems to be kind of coinciding with what's happening here on the homeland, on the home front. Maybe they're going to attack our critical infrastructure. Maybe that's what these fires are. You know, they did say that terrorism would utilize winds and weather to cause fires in our forests. You got to wonder if this isn't planned. Energy infrastructure, synchronized decapitation of the world's oil and gas supply, the U.S. or Israel, if the U.S. or Israel launches new strikes. This is per Tasnim News. So this is what the Iranians are saying they're going to do. And I don't doubt that they're not going to do it. They've been making good on every one of their promises. You know, Trump hasn't been being true to his word, but the Iranians, when they say they're going to do something, they do it. So you can probably bet they're going to do what they're threatening here. The target lists include Saudi Arabia, Gunwar oil field. You've got these two here, 7 million barrels per day is going to be offline, Saudi Arabia. The UAE, in these refineries and fields, 1 million barrels per day. Qatar, these areas, Northfield and Ras Laffan, 20% of global LNG trade comes through there, and that's going to be a target. Kuwait, Burgan Field, 2 million barrels per day, another target. Bahrain, okay. And this field here, these two fields, Shitra Refinery and Al Majah, okay. And then Israel's target, Leviathan and Tamar gas fields. A senior Iranian security official said, quote, "We have prepared a comprehensive plan to respond to any potential American recklessness," recalling that during the 40-day war, Iran bombed Qatar's most important gas refinery, and Trump apologized on Truth Social. Really? So this is what they're saying they're going to do. Now, what I think is going to happen, and this is a possibility, a very good likelihood, especially with Trump at the driver's seat here, is that he's going to do something very dramatic, and I think it's going to include nukes. I think he's going to make the justification that Iran is holding the world hostage, and so it justifies the use of total and complete annihilation and obliteration. Now, will it stop Iran from launching all of their missiles before that happens? Are they going to be able to stop that from happening? When you're talking about those deep underground military or missile cities, deep in those fortified hundreds of meters worth of granite, those nuclear weapons could never penetrate that many meters of granite. You're talking about maybe 20 or 30 feet, maybe 50 feet. If you had one nuke on top of another nuke, it would definitely shake the place. That's what Trump even said. He even mentioned that. After I had said that, he had said the same thing. It would make the place shake. That's what he said. So you're talking about nukes shaking the place. Did you see the blasphemous picture of Trump kissing the crucifix? Some people say it's very blasphemous, especially the Catholics. They say it's very disrespectful. Let's see if I can find that here. Look at this. So Trump posts this on his Truth Social of him kissing a crucified Christ with an American flag. Now, maybe he thought that this was a good thing, that maybe he thought that this would open the door maybe back to the Catholics, because they're totally, completely offended. Protestants are offended. This only makes it worse. Is this a mockery? Is this like the Judas kiss? What is this? What exactly is happening here? Seriously. Very odd, very strange. Okay, and here we go. Check out this. This is somebody I think that we know online that is looking at the fire coming toward them. Let's see, there's another one here. Let's see. Where am I at here? Okay. These are some other visuals. Now, this is a buddy of mine that is in that area, and look at what he's looking at. He had to evacuate. And then there was a 9/11 emergency dispatch that an SUV was ramming the emergency room doors in Twin Falls, Idaho. So right where this shooting took place, where all these people were injured and killed, at the hospital, you've got a SUV ramming the doors of the emergency room. What in the world is going on? Is this like terrorism or what? Look at, here's another video of what happened. I don't know if you saw this one. Look at this one. Like, he's at a Tesla place. I mean, was there somebody in there? I hope there wasn't anybody in there. Maybe he just hated Teslas? I hope that he just hated Teslas and that there wasn't nobody inside there, because I don't know, man. That's pretty crazy. It is just so bizarre. What in the world happened there? And here's some more footage of people running and fleeing the scene. Look.
Hell yeah, he
52
does.
minutes until the house that we're on is going to be impacted.
Look at this fucking whack, motherfucker. He got fucking serious fucking gun. Oh, now he's getting a motherfucking...
Yeah, another gun.
Oh,
you grab something bigger.
We're getting the fuck out of here.
You better get out of here.
See if I can start working on that right now.
All right, so we're just still listening to the background noise here of what's going on, and the I should just go back on later on and do an update on what's happening in terms of the news. There just seems to be a lot going on right now, but the fire is kind of what we wanted to cover here.
Oh, you just free pickup. Do we have anybody that's able to move free pickup?
It is a 87 female, difficulty breathing and speaking.
Going up.
Copy, what's your ambulance available?
Oh, that's correct. It's the White outbuilding.
Number 114 is assigned to.
Main recycle office. There's a gray truck parked in between. This car needs to take some radiant heat. If we can move it, we can save it.
Dispatch 4 command.
Dispatch 402.
402, yes.
Yeah, I copy that. I don't know the owner for the recycling there, but I'll see if we can free somebody.
So what's the number?
Affirmative, engine plus the ladder.
I'm going to see if I can whittle it down to just one feed here, because this feed has way too many people talking over the top of each other. Let me see if I can find a different feed here that doesn't have all this. This is absolutely crazy. There's 1,000 people listening, but let's see if there's anybody else I can listen to here that doesn't have all that crazy. That's the only feed right there. That's really. City of Colville. Let's see what else we got here. Lincoln County Fire. Let's see what this one says. Doesn't sound like anything's going on here. Yeah, the only one that we got here that's probably worth listening to is this one. But like I said, it's a mishmash of a whole bunch of different conversations.
No emergency here. I don't know if you can contact one of the utility companies and have them come out at their earliest availability.
Bravo call.
Lines are still partially blocking.
5025 East Sprague Avenue.
Copy. You can show command terminator 33 clear available.
33.
Dispatch engine 95 on board primary.
Indian Trail Division from Dispatch Valley Engine 10. You can cancel battle ladder 8.
Yankee from bar 16.
On SRB2.
All right, I'm going to see if I can call. If I can call and find out if he's able to talk. All right. So just let me make a phone call here real quick and see if they can tell me anything about what's going on here. I'm not going to put him on the air until he says I can do it. Let's see. Okay, so he talked to me. Hold on. Let's see if we can get this guy on the air. I'd have to turn this down though because this background conversation is too loud. Let's see if he knows anything. Let's see if I can talk to him here. I have him turned down, so you can't hear him at this moment. I have to get his permission though first. Are you on there? I have you turned down. Nobody can hear you. I just want to make sure if you don't mind me putting you on the air here, if you want to give a little report on what's going on there. Yeah, I'll put you on. I'm going to put you on, okay? Wait. Are you there? So you mind if I put you on the air?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
But I want to ask you something first.
Go ahead. Before you. Okay, go ahead. Ask me first.
Yeah.
Oh, you are? Really? Okay. Just tell me about the fire. Just tell me kind of the general idea of what's really happening. You don't have to go into any too many personal details, but just let me know. Yeah, okay, here we go. I'm going to put you on. All right, this is Jeff, and he lives in the area. This is Spokane area, and obviously he's been evacuated, and it looks to me like it's pretty bad. Is it now? I heard there's a lot of homes burning down right now. Is that true?
Well, that's what the news is reporting. We were the top of the 5 mile area in Spokane, which is northwest Spokane. On the outer limits there, we have forests and parks all around us. And earlier this afternoon, the fire started with about 500 acres, and it didn't take very long. And now I think it's approaching 2,500 to 3,000 acres. I will say the police and the fire have done a fantastic job evacuating that many people. They had all the corridors blocked, and traffic could only move east for evacuation, and no other cars were allowed on the road to evacuate all these individuals and their animals. And
wow.
So
we're looking at the map right here. We're looking at the map, and it says the 5 mile. So we see 5 mile Barnes Road where it kind of curves around, and I guess the fire is really big and hot right there where all those. I guess it's right near like behind Safeway. Is that where it's at? Like where the all those? It's like it almost looks like a whole area of just wooded areas back here. And like parks.
Right. Well, it stretches quite a ways where it's how big it is right now. So there's a lot of homes in these areas that live just on the outside of the city that are in the woods, and so pretty big, pretty. It was, I sure know what you mean by having a go bag ready, because we did not have stuff ready to go. And it was, when you have only a certain amount of time to get out, and you have.
How much time did they give you before? How much time did they give you before they?
They just text you, and that's it. They don't even have people available to come they text you and tell you that if you don't leave now, you may not have another opportunity.
Oh, wow. You're going to be
So
paradised.
that's the only notices we have. I have cameras at our house outside and in, so far I'm not seeing anything to our area yet.
Right, you can see all the.
I don't see
you can
any
see with
damage on our
your
property.
phone. That's good. You got cameras, so you can actually view right now in live time what's going on. That's good.
Yes.
So by the time that they told you to leave, was everybody in your area leaving? Like, was it just a mass exodus or what?
Yes, yeah, it was. But because the way the police obviously they've trained for an evacuation. They had the road set up and everything blocked off, and the way that only traffic could move certain ways. People got out pretty quick. I was really surprised that it wasn't a long wait at all. We're staying with family, my son, in Spokane, somewhere, in the downtown area. And we got here probably within, 15, 20 minutes.
Wow. So are they saying that it's because when I was listening to some of the because we're sitting here listening to the fire department feed and some of the broadcasts that are going on with the radios, and they're saying that there was 12 homes that were engulfed in flames. That's what we heard on the scanner.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't surprise me. I mean, it's
over by Indian Trail.
Oh wow. Yeah. See, that's not very far from us at all.
Wow.
Indian Trail area. Yeah. So yeah, it's too bad.
Now that would have to be that those homes are kind of away from the wooded areas, but when fire, especially when it's whipping up with wind, how strong is the wind right now?
Well, I don't know exactly, but I did read earlier that they are expecting up to 50-mile-an-hour gusts
50
later this afternoon or early evening. That's what I read this morning. So I don't, but it is windy.
Because that's the type of thing that can happen. That's like a firestorm. And if you've got, just look at Lahaina in Hawaii. That's what happened. It was wind that just blew through those neighborhoods and caused the devastation. And so if you're talking about 50-mile-an-hour winds, you're whipping up some pretty big embers and flames like a blowtorch. Yeah, and the one advantage they have here, obviously, we have a lot of rivers that the helicopters are able to go in and get water, fairly quick. So that has helped, but it's just too big. The winds are blowing, and it just grows. And still, I don't think it's any more close to being. I heard that Whitworth University was evacuated. At least that's what I heard. I can't confirm that, but that's what I heard. Oh, wow. So where's the university? I'm looking at the map right now. Well, it's off of Division Street. Division and... Okay, is it below Safeway or above it? I don't know what Safeway store you're talking about. Okay, let's just say Indian Trail and let's just say, is it close by? Is it going north on Indian Trail or is it south? No, it's probably going northeast is the way the fire is moving. Northeast? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's moving northeast. So I know where that is. So that's quite a ways from Whitworth from there, but you're close to the Little Spokane Park Reserve there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So that's where we were. It was coming from the west, and the winds were blowing towards the northeast. Right, northeast. So they're going up. Okay, so I'm looking for the university, and I'm looking at 9 Mile Road, like Spokane River. Is it over there in that direction? No, it's more east. East.
and
Oh,
north.
and they said that there might have been a. Well, there's a few different fires going on right now. We were looking at the duty map.
It's really strange. You just got to wonder if these were all set at the same time. It's just odd that 3 or 4 fires start up at once.
Yeah, because you got the Fairview.
We've had no lightning.
Right.
It's just strange that they're starting. Multiple fires are going at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got the Fairview fire, which they say is 700 acres. The Old Trails fire, which is 2,300 acres, and then you've got the top of like almost the Old Trails fire is spreading, going like you said northeast up, and then there's also a Meadowview fire and an Autumn Lane fire. And those are, one is 200 acres up there by Suncrest area.
Oh, okay. And so that would be along Long Lake, up that area up there, more northwest. I mean, so yeah, and there's a lot of people in those areas. So a lot of homes.
I'm looking at this Autumn Lane fire, and there is a lot of woods up there, but there's a lot of people living up there, it looks like.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's feel bad for the families that lose their homes and especially their animals too. We are animal lovers. In fact, we have our 2 cats with us.
Oh.
Yeah, so it was important to
yes, that's good
sure,
that you guys are
they're safe.
That's the most important thing. Yeah, I'm so glad you guys got out. And it's important.
We just left things that they're just things. We didn't even care about things.
Absolutely,
it was just getting the essentials, and that was it. We just were.
How's your house situated? Is your house situated in an area that? I mean, is it just homes that are around you, or is there like wooded areas?
No, it's just where we are. It's homes, but there are a lot of these, really tall pine trees and stuff. And the fire originally, had to jump the river even. So that's how aggressive it is.
Yeah, that's terrible. Well, brother, we're going to all be praying for you here and your family.
Yeah.
And you're a great supporter of our channel, and we do appreciate you, brother, and we're going to be supporting you through prayers and whatever else you need. Just let us know if there's anything we can do. We got a whole bunch of people watching right now, but definitely a lot of prayers going towards you.
Thank you very much.
And God bless you, brother, and I'll be chatting with you. Let me know. Keep me updated on how things are going.
Will do. Okay.
Okay,
all right.
Jeff.
You all
God
take
bless.
care. God
okay,
bless.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
God bless. All right, so that was Jeff, and he is right in this area giving us a report of what's happening. Yeah, that's something else, man, I'm telling you. So we got a buffering, huh? Are we buffering at all? You guys having a problem? I see my channel says I'm not having a smooth stream here. Is that a problem? Let's see if we got the conversation still going on back here in the background here.
Disengage. We are just tying up. We're going to go refill with water. Where do you need it?
I need you to go down Gerlach and keep an eye on that. Try to make sure it doesn't jump the road too.
After we refill, we'll head to Gerlach.
What's your ETA?
All other units because of hurricane lower in call.
Yeah, I'm going to run down my current resources.
430
Channel cardiac problems.
You guys at a point where maybe one of you can cut loose and assist Press 98 going down Gerlach looking for spots?
Okay, so this is an audible fire alarm in this location. All these roads authorized, check the advice.
It's going to be North Gerlach. Right now, the fire's backing down to Gerlach, holding. But if it jumps that line, it's going to be we have probably about a percent there.
Your status there?
Copy that. What were they working number?
Engine 5-7, fairway heights engine 1.
41, go ahead. Your traffic.
5 brake.
Brush 98 and...
Yeah, 41. Checking your status there.
You were 16, that cut loose, so still be working for you.
Off the road and
It's really almost impossible to really keep up on what they're saying. It's like all crossed over, and you can't really hear too much. Old trails. Let's see. Let me see if I can get one that's a single. Let's see what we got. Okay, here we go.
I want to get you to this. So just moments ago, the Spokane County Evacuation, SREC, they just updated the evacuation map. So this has been constantly updated, but it expanded now to really tell folks to avoid Francis Avenue. So Spokane Police telling people that this is the primary evacuation route. They need people off of Francis. That is a very busy east-west arterial, and that extends all the way from the northwest part of Spokane all the way to Division Street. And that area is pretty much all under that level 3 evacuation north of Francis right now. There are some level 3 evacuations south of Francis, but again, right now people are being told to avoid Francis Avenue.
And people are being evacuated, and in fact, we have a former CRIM employee who is evacuated right now. Andrew Hardenberg is on the phone with us, joining us right now. And Andrew, well, first of all, we're sorry this is happening to you and to so many people right now. Talk to us about where you've been evacuated from and what's happening.
Hi, Laura. Hi, Tim. Sorry to have to talk to you under these circumstances
I
again.
know, Andrew, it's good to hear from you. Andrew is our former production manager here at CRIM 2. So Andrew, thank you again so much for being here. So give us some perspective of where you are and set the scene for us about what you're experiencing.
Yeah, I'm on 395 heading towards Deer Park right now. It's still pretty backed up, and I'm pretty far out of Spokane. I'm in the evacuation zone just south of Francis, but my in-laws, who I was at to help evacuate them because they're out of town right now, 5 Mile. So we were there evacuating all their animals. We got the notification for our own house. So it's been a fun afternoon of running back and forth between houses to try and help everybody out.
So Andrew, I wanted to ask you about that. You mentioned that you're on 395, and again, we're so sorry that you and your family are having to go through this. It's very scary. You're on 395. Is there a lot of traffic right now? Does it appear that a lot of people are trying to evacuate?
Yeah, so we haven't even gotten to the merge point yet on 395. So I'm at 395 and Monroe Road right now, and it's casual traffic. I'd say I'm moving pretty steadily at like 10, 15 miles an hour. There's not a lot of people going south right now, obviously because they're trying to stay away from the fire, but there is some people heading back towards Spokane, I'm assuming from a long weekend or a weekend away. So.
Yeah, Andrew, I'm seeing that right now. I'm looking at the SRTMC maps right now, and there is slow-going traffic heading on 395 right now going north, but southbound traffic seems to be moving fine.
West of that Suncrest area, the Autumn Lane fire, about 200 acres, and then the Fairview fire for a while is about 200 to 300 acres. That's doubled in size within the last 60 minutes, as Tori Smith was reporting. It has 700 acres in size. For all of you in the Fairview area, Northwood Middle School is the evacuation shelter. You can go there. It is open as we speak. Spokane Falls Community College, the gymnasium is an evacuation shelter for all of you in the northwest portion of town. And if you have animals that need to go somewhere, the fairgrounds, Spokane County Fairgrounds, those are available to take your pets right now. It is open and operational, and the Red Cross is responding, obviously, to support first responders. We have had some reports that the mayor may be holding a news conference here shortly as we get information as it crystallizes here over the next hour or so. We'll make sure we have a crew there. Our Bradley Warren is, in fact, heading that direction. So if there is a news conference from city leaders, fire officials, the mayor, police officials, we will show that to you live as well. We can tell you we're about 1 minute away from a news conference with the governor and the commissioner of public lands. Not a good scenario. If we have the evacuation map, I'd like to show that again. In fact, our crews can work to pull that up as I walk you through. But the evacuation is widespread. We are talking from areas of the West Plains. It started near Grove Road. This is obviously north of the airport, north of Northern Quest Resort and Casino. And then it spread from there to the north and to the east, making its way through Riverside State Park, jumping the Spokane River, Highway 291, Indian Trail, 5 Mile evacuated, and then a separate fire to the north and to the east of that fire. On the other side of division is the Fairview fire. Level 3 evacuations there as well. 700 acres in size for that one. Old Trails is 2,300 acres in size. And then you add on top of that the power outages. 58,000 people without power in Spokane County right now, and then Avista releasing a bulletin that if you were without power in the Meade area, that could now last until Monday. So that is a reset of what we've learned. Obviously, we're expecting more detailed information from fire crews as they coordinate with city leaders, county leaders, people along the West Plains. But we are waiting here Governor Ferguson and Commissioner of Public Lands Dave Upthegrove. They are going to outline with state emergency and wildlife officials about the state efforts to control the fires that we've been showing to you. Let's listen in now.
Just about everybody gathered, so I think it's all yours, Governor.
Thanks very much, Brianna. Thank you all for joining. We appreciate you on very short notice joining for this update. I want to start by saying that our state's facing a very serious situation. And by the way, folks can mute themselves who aren't speaking. That'd be great. Our state's facing a very serious situation, as you know. We're deeply grateful to all of our first responders who are really working heroically under a very challenging situation. Earlier today, as some of you know,
Governor, I think your camera is off.
I am so sorry about that. Am I back on now?
Yes.
My apologies for that, everybody. Let me start over. I want to start by saying our state's facing a very serious situation with multiple fires. And our hearts go out to Washingtonians who are losing their homes and being evacuated. I was just telling Mayor Brown, I've been sent video of an individual literally driving through their neighborhood and showing the video of home after home after home that's in flames. So it's a heartbreaking situation. We deeply appreciate our first responders who are, responding in a really challenging situation and quite heroically to help save lives and help save property. Earlier today, at about, 9 o'clock this morning or so, I declared a statewide emergency and a statewide burn ban because we've heard how challenging the situation is and how challenging we expect it to be, especially this weekend with extremely high winds that you'll be hearing more about, high temperatures, and a really volatile situation. I received word late this afternoon, that the situation in Spokane was rapidly moving into a crisis situation. I arranged for a Zoom call with folks you'll be hearing from today, but many other local, state officials to make sure that we were coordinated in what we were doing and making sure that we're getting resources where they need to get during this really challenging situation. So obviously been in touch with folks like the mayor and the other folks you'll be hearing from shortly. We appreciate that this is an extremely difficult situation for many Washingtonians. I want them to know we're doing everything we can to get resources out as quickly as possible. We have been anticipating a situation like this. We've been mobilizing for some time, but want Washingtonians to know we're doing everything we can to get help to multiple locations throughout the state. With that, I'll turn this over to Dave Upthegrove, our Commissioner of Public Lands, and really appreciate him and his team for the really excellent work that they're doing as well. Dave, I'll turn to you.
Thank you, Governor. The first point I want to make is this. This is an extraordinary fire season. This is not normal. This is unusual. We currently have more than a dozen major fires burning across Washington, over 250,000 acres, with about 450,000 acres burned so far this summer. And we're seeing impacts to structures in Spokane. We also have major fires, some of which are impacting homes and properties everywhere from Leavenworth to the Colville Reservation to Tenasket, Packwood, Mazama, White Swan. Throughout the state of Washington, we are seeing fires raging. And the State Department of Natural Resources is going through extraordinary efforts to deploy every resource available to protect life and property. We have more than 4,000 individuals out fighting these fires in Washington state right now. These are not only Department of Natural Resources firefighters, but also partners throughout the state and throughout the country. We have interlocal agreements we put in place, mutual aid agreements prior to fire season. And we have either personnel or equipment from more than a dozen states, from Florida to Alaska, helping us out. A couple days ago, I requested the governor activate the National Guard, and thank you, Governor, for acting so promptly to make National Guard personnel available. We're going to do what it takes to keep this state safe. Folks who are out there in the path of the fires, I encourage you to please heed evacuation notices. We've seen loss of life already this year, earlier in the summer, from folks in the path of fires. These wildfires can move incredibly fast, and they are deadly. So please heed those evacuation orders. And you can always go to the wildfire portal at the Department of Natural Resources website, dnr.wa.gov, where we've compiled contact information for county emergency management agencies for the most current evacuation information. In addition to heeding evacuation notices, I also encourage everyone to not be the spark that starts the next fire. Many fires are human caused, and so please be safe. There's a statewide burn ban in effect. Please heed that ban and be safe and don't start the next fire. One fire can be catastrophic. I also want to finish by sending my thoughts and appreciation to those that are out there putting their lives on the line fighting these fires. It's not only the firefighters who are running into the woods, but also the personnel that are supporting them back at base camp are putting in long nights, day after day, and I couldn't be more proud of the staff at the Department of Natural Resources, as well as all of our partners, and so appreciative of the Emergency Management Division of the State Fire Marshal's Office and the local fire services who are supporting this work. And speaking of local partners, as this challenge grows in Spokane, we look forward to continuing to work closely with the city of Spokane. And at this point, I'd like to hand it off to the mayor of Spokane, Lisa Brown.
Thank you, Commissioner Upthegrove and Governor. The city of Spokane and the region of Spokane has several active fires right now, and what's significant for people to know is that the winds are volatile, and so we need everyone to be on alert. We want them to check the official sources at the state or county emergency management level or at the city of Spokane to find out if they are in an evacuation area, and please evacuate. If they are near an evacuation, please stay alert. And if they are not near an evacuation area, please stay off the roads because traffic congestion can really impede our response. And we are helping to evacuate people who are vulnerable and need assistance. And in order for those firefighters and police and other emergency personnel to get there, we need everybody to cooperate and be part of it. I'm very grateful for the coordinated response that's happening at the city, county, and state level. And we're not in a place right now where we can talk about the magnitude of the property destruction. But it is a very dangerous situation. And again, we encourage everyone to heed the official warnings and to check in virtually if you can on everyone that might need assistance, and certainly get that information to us if you think that you would like emergency responders to help with the evacuation of people. And thank you very much for all the coordination that's occurring.
The Department of Natural Resources, our wildfire response is led by our state forester, George Geisler.
So hello, everyone. Like you heard, my name is George Geisler. I'm the Washington State Forester. I've been asked to give kind of a quick overview of the major fires that we are seeing within the state right now and give you a little bit of context. As you heard earlier, we have about 250,000 acres of wildland fire active on the landscape. This is really within about 5 major complex fires that are going on. Obviously, we're speaking about the Old Trail fire in Spokane. Like the mayor said, this is basically 3 fires. There is the Old Trail, Fairview, and then the Austin Lane fire. In that area, there's about 4,000 structures that have the potential threat from this fire. And right now, it is about 3,000 acres. In addition to that, we were able to bring in, there will be a complex incident management team. It is actually arriving right now from California. It's California 7. They are on site to be able to try to provide assistance to not only the locals, but also to help coordinate all of the state as well as national response that is coming to bear on this fire. The next fire that I'd like to bring to your attention is one that is actually northwest of Spokane. This is the Modrite fire. It is actually about 42,000 acres. This is one where the National Guard has rotors that have actually been helping us for about a week now, working with Washington DNR firefighters on the ground. This fire is seeing very active behavior today, and in fact is crossing the lake kind of as we speak on the east side due to the winds. It does threaten about 100 structures that are to the east, and all of those have been prepped. The next fire that I'll update you on is the Kaiser Canyon fire. Kaiser Canyon is on the Colville Reservation. It is currently about 134,000 acres. There are firefighters on this incident from literally 6 different states, as well as DNR, local fire service, and federal fire service. We're working with the U.S. Wildland Fire Service on this fire. This has been going on for over a week now. We expect this fire to continue on for at least another few weeks, and it's very active today, having burned through Nesquellum and a couple of others. It has lost about 25 structures over the course of the time it's been burning. The next major fire that we're seeing is up in the north central part of the state. This is the Sinlahican fire. It is about 37,000 acres. And this one, again, it's burning in heavy timber. It is spotting for long distances. It is near the communities of Loomis and Tonasket. On this fire, we actually have a CAL FIRE incident management team. We brought in CAL FIRE under a direct state agreement between CAL FIRE and the Department of Natural Resources. They are taking on that fire. And like I said, it's very active. It has moved towards Highway 9. And actually, there's numerous evacuations in place, and we're asking people to move south and out of the area. And then the last fire that I will bring everyone's attention to is what's known as the Little Giant fire. This fire is to the northwest of Wenatchee. It's about 32,000 acres. It has been burning for a little over a week now. This is one where you'll hear from the general that the National Guard are actually mobilizing to right now as we speak. It's near Lake Chelan. And actually, throughout the day, it has burned significantly and made runs toward Lake Chelan. South of that, there are literally hundreds of homes as well as the state park. All of those are currently being suppressed. The last item that I'll bring up, and you heard this, that we knew that this was coming. We're actually under a severe weather warning, as well as the National Wildland Fire Service has put out a particularly dangerous situation, which is a very rare thing in wildland firefighting, for the combination of drought, fuels, and then also the winds that we are experiencing throughout the day. And with that, I will turn it over to General Jen Walsh. So, General, it's all yours.
All right, let me get the mute to work right. Okay, I've been at this business for a while, and I think I'm almost at 38 years. And this is the roughest combination of series of events that I've seen in my career right now. You've got fires burning at multiple locations around the state that George has talked about. You've got fires burning in towns. You've got level 3 evacuations like I haven't seen before. So this is a very dangerous and very complex series of events that are impacting Washington, especially on the Eastern Washington side right now. So here's what we're doing. So let's go back in the Wayback Machine for a minute. The governor, with some great foresight back in February, authorized me to do whatever I needed to do for fire season. So we'd already talked about moving out with the National Guard months ago. So I just want to assure everybody I've got all the authority that I need from the boss to take care of business right now. And I think that's very important to understand. We are leaning forward. We are looking at possible missions, and we are posturing the fastest we can right now to help Washington State. So here's kind of some of the things we're doing. We've talked about them briefly. We've got 3 helicopters right now up in the Deer Park area. They've been working this Modrite fire for 2 weeks now. And right now, the number one priority in our National Guard aviation is to create more pilots and create more flight crews and helicopters and surge the max availability that we can into the DNR system and help get after some more hot spots around the state. Second thing is I've got 110 firefighters right now up in the Plain, Washington area. We talked about the Little Giant fire. That's pretty much every firefighter that I've got trained. I've got hundreds more available that can be trained. And again, it's a limiting factor on how fast we can train them, but I've got more folks in the hopper if we need them. But let's talk just a little bit about what's going on in Spokane. Having lived over Spokane for a number of years in my career, near and dear to my heart. It's a tragedy what we're seeing over there. I think when the sun sets and the sun rises in the morning, I think we're going to be in shock to see some of the scenes that emerge out of there. So just tonight, I've alerted and mobilized 2 different units of the Washington National Guard. One is the 194 Security Forces Squadron from Camp Murray. Those are professional law enforcement and security folks that are going to be made available to the city of Spokane and Spokane County to help in whatever manner that you need them. So traffic control points, evacuation assistance, you name it. I've also activated our 141st Security Forces Squadron right there at Fairchild Air Force Base in Spokane. Both of those units will be available, plus some Army units starting tomorrow for anything, again, that we need. So starting tonight, we're going to have 30 National Guardsmen no later than 8 o'clock tonight made available to Spokane to get after some business tonight. So, Governor, your National Guard is on it. We're moving out, and this is the time that we train for to help our citizens out. So that's it for me.
Thanks, General. Brown, I think we've gone through all of our speakers. Is that right?
That's right, Governor.
Great. And then are you handling the Q&A part of this?
Certainly. Now the speakers are available for questions if you'd like to come off mute.
Yeah, can you guys say if we're going to be accessing FEMA funds after these fires in Spokane County? Are we seeking federal assistance from FEMA?
Yes, this is Stacey McLean, the state coordinating officer for Washington Emergency Management. Right now, FEMA has approved a fire management assistance grant, which is helping with cost for fire suppression. Depending on what the damages are, we will take a look at that, as General said, after tomorrow to see if there's damages or the following days that would help out that we'd go to FEMA with. But we'd have to assess the damages before we'd request the next type of a declaration.
And I'll just add, this is Governor Ferguson. So, we appreciate FEMA's assistance. They came through for us in a significant way with the historic flooding we have. But there's been something, to Stacey's point, that we have been actively pursuing and will, when we gather more information, we'll of course be making sure we maximize any appropriate requests to FEMA, and just really appreciate their partnership in the past and look forward to having it in the future as well during this really challenging time.
Thank you. Go ahead and next question, and if you could just identify yourself and your outlet.
Obviously, you've been watching a live news conference with the governor and the commissioner of public lands, other key officials talking about the outline over the next 24 to 48 hours when it comes to the emergency response, statewide resources, where people can be sheltered. We also want to make a couple of clarifications for you, some brand new bulletins that we received. I have to pull those back up in real time and just read them to you. But originally, it was reported to our crews at the Fairview fire, which you see on the upper right of your screen, which is grown exponentially over the last couple of hours, that Northwood Middle School was the evacuation area. We're now hearing conflicting reports that it may not be the evacuation center. We are working to confirm that with Fire District 9. Spokane County Commissioners are holding an emergency meeting at 8 o'clock. Well, they will discuss declaring a state of emergency. We also have one other bulletin that I want to read for you here. This is from Vera Water and Power. It says BPA, Vera Water and Power's power provider, confirmed they're in an indefinite power outage due to under the transmission lines, a fire under the transmission power lines that feed their Trentwood substation. It says, please be prepared for an extended power outage and initiate your emergency plans if needed. Vera Water and Power will share updates as they receive them from BPA. I want to take you back near SFCC, continuing our breaking coverage with Corey Howard.
Yeah, Sean, we are on the backside of SFCC. As you mentioned, that's one of the evacuation shelters that the Red Cross has opened up, the other one being at Northwood Middle School. And during Governor Ferguson's press conference there, we were just watching the entire time as because the last time we talked to you, and our microphone went out, I apologize about that, but last time we talked to you, we talked about sort of the lull in the air assault. Well, that is picked back up with airplanes this time. For the majority of the afternoon, we've been seeing helicopters, but as of late, we've been seeing airplanes come through 4 at a time, drop their water on these flames over there on that ridge that is now engulfed in smoke, and then take off. They're going to refuel, and then they come back. We've also seen a tanker as well drop some fire retardant on here. So the air assault on this fire has picked back up on that ridge in northwest Spokane. And then to give you some perspective of where we're at, right below that is Riverside State Park, and then just to the right of that, you're looking at Downriver Golf Course. So this fire spreading with all of this wind that has not let up in the hours that we've been out here watching this take place. Firefighters certainly having a big task ahead of them throughout the evening. As Leslie's been saying, these winds are not letting up anytime soon. Again, though, from our perspective, what we have seen, we've been watching planes come in rapid succession, dropping their water and then going back to reload. And again, if you're an evacuee, if you have no place to go, the Red Cross, I just spoke with them, they did say, please come here, please utilize these shelters that they have opened up. In fact, about a half an hour ago, I talked to an evacuee who was up on the 5 Mile area when she was told to go. Here's what she had to say.
I went to pull onto 5 Mile, and I just sat there in traffic, and the smoke was coming toward me. And, you know, they evacuated, so they wanted to keep the fire from going. But as I sat there, more and more fire engines came up. It took me, I left a little after 3.
And she was 80 years old. She was evacuating with her dog, Cappy. And Thomas, I don't know if you can tell because I just mentioned the air assault here. I don't know if you can zoom in on that, but we talked about those planes coming in rapid succession. We've just had, during that soundbite there, we had 3 drop water up on that ridge, as well as a tanker head off to the east. So the air attack on this fire out here, the Old Trail fire, has picked up again. But unfortunately, the winds are also picking up, Sean.
Corey, all right. Perspective there from Northwest Spokane. Corey's basically right near SFCC, which is one of the shelters in the small gymnasium there. This is a fire emergency on a wide scale, a scale that none of us have ever seen. You just heard a briefing with the governor, the mayor of the city of Spokane, and they are in coordination with other key leaders. Spokane County Commissioners will be meeting in about an hour and 17 minutes from now, we're told, an emergency meeting to discuss declaring a state of emergency. We can tell you some of the images coming in from the Indian Trail area and beyond that. Dwight Merkel, as Leslie showed you that photo, there are structures that are no more. There are structures that are gone, and that is just the stark reality of what we are seeing right now. We're very careful about the information we release to you. It's coming in fast and furious here in the newsroom. We try to vet it, make sure it's confirmed before we put that out to you. But we can tell you there are numerous structures that are gone. The picture at Dwight Merkel, obviously the old Joe Albi Stadium in that area. As you've sent in some pictures, let's share those with you. This is from Tino, and you can see the smoke plume there. This has been evident in the northwestern sky since about 1 o'clock or a little before that, since early this afternoon, and it continues to be persistent. This is from Dillon, different vantage point, but that plume dominant in the skyline and the horizon from the West Plains to Riverside State Park. And some of the different pictures you've sent in. This is from Angel, and this is the aerial attack above Riverside State Park. This just dry, tinder fuel there that is burning. We saw the fire be very aggressive with those winds driving it to the north and east. And this is from Tiffany. This is a little bit of video. A lot of you have seen this smoke plume. I saw people up on the ridge on High Drive looking to the north and to the west to watch that smoke and the fire behavior from a distance and stay safe there. But not a good scenario at all. Just how deep this damage is, I would imagine it is going to get profoundly worse on the number of structures that are simply no more. I've received texts from friends that live on the 7 Mile area and the 5 Mile Prairie, and they say, we just hope we have a home to go to when all is said and done. We appreciate the firefighters. They're so busy right now. Getting information has been a little bit challenging because they just don't have time to give it to us. Ryan Roderick said he will check back with us as they are coordinating the fire efforts going into the evening. Obviously, they still have daylight, which helps them battle this fire. When nightfall comes, it makes it even that more challenging and that more dangerous. That is the scenario. Not a good one at all. We're going to work to bring in Leslie right now, and the winds have been the key factor here. And Leslie, I don't know if you can access it, and I know you built your graphics in a certain order, but that picture from Dwight Merkel is just absolutely just heartbreaking. I'll stall as long as you need to pull that back up. If you have not seen this, this is a still photo, but we understand, based on a couple of reports that have come in, that the destruction at Dwight Merkel is widespread. And homes in Indian Trail, there it is. There's the viewer photo, and Leslie, you received this. We have structures that are gone. Dwight Merkel, there was a major event going on there that was evacuated along Francis to 291, volleyball tournament that people had a hard time leaving because it was so congested. We saw that mirrored at 5 Mile, the Fairview area, West Plains. But this viewer photo sent in from Dwight Merkel, there is going to be a tremendous amount of damage. They haven't even had a chance to surveil that yet. This is just north of the VA Medical Center, Leslie.
I think when we heard in the press conference just now, as the sun sets and then the sun rises, I think it's going to be quite shocking to see the damage after all is said and done. Again, Dwight Merkel, and that just shows the story. We've also gotten a good video. We'll try to work this in two of homes burning at Indian Trail. It is devastating. Absolutely devastating right now. We're talking a lot about the winds. The winds are a big player. They are what drive fires. Of course, it takes embers from a brand new fire and spread it quickly. Of course, we've got now embers hopping from treetop to treetop. We've got wind speeds currently at 31 miles per hour in Spokane. That is difficult, incredibly difficult. That just sustained winds. They're coming in from the west-southwest. This is also incredibly important for those of you who are within those evacuation zones. Winds coming in from the west-southwest means that it is burning that 3 different fires now to the north and to the east of us. So again, winds sustained 31 miles per hour coming in from the west southwest, blowing these fires to the north and to the east of us. Now, the steadily blowing winds, the sustained winds, are quite feisty themselves. But then when you factor in wind gusts at 40 miles per hour, this is just an incredibly dangerous situation that we are dealing with out there. We did know ahead of time that we would be dealing with some dangerous and critical fire conditions for today. Now, as winds continue to die down as we head overnight tonight, they won't completely dissipate. We are still going to see breezy conditions as we head into the second half of the weekend. The one thing in our favor for our Sunday is that we'll see a slight cool down as we wrap up the weekend, excuse me. Now, right now, this is a live look from our viewers, our sky cameras right now overlooking the fires there, the plume of smoke that you're seeing. This is a look from space, so you can see how dense this smoke is from the fires here just within our area. Again, it is the areas shaded right in the middle of your screen that you're seeing those plumes of smoke. Again, that's from space. And look at our radar and you can see that band that looks like rain. That is actually smoke. So radars are picking this up as well, and we are seeing some incredibly dense smoke. I'm going to pull into Bowl and Pitcher area again. We're hearing reports of flames there at the Bowl and Pitcher area. So this system for today is going to continue to be a driving force throughout the overnight hours. I want to talk about roads. I know that we've had Bradley out and about talking about the road closures and then the police presence out there trying to direct traffic for those being evacuated. And I'll take you to some of our roadways here. This is Ash and Francis, and I will say up along Francis there are numerous closures right now, so we need to pay close attention to those. If you do not need to be up in these areas to the north of us, please stay away as they are trying to get everybody that is within these evacuation zones out safely. Also, please pay very close attention if you are listening to us right now and you are being evacuated. Please pay very close attention to those officers that are out there. They're trying to keep you safe. They're trying to get you to a safe space. Maple and Francis here. Again, you can see very little traffic at this point. Again, moving people out of the area. Division and Francis still seeing some traffic there, but some road closures there. As you can see, officers set up for those northbound lanes. Again, heading up towards areas where Kalaichak was checking in just a bit ago. This, again, another look at Country Homes and very quiet conditions there as officers are trying to get everybody safely evacuated. If you are within an evacuation zone of any of our three fires right now, the Old Trail Fire, the Fairview, and the Autumn Fire, please heed those evacuation orders. Grab what you need right now, prescriptions that will last you, get any important documents, get your pets, and get out now. You want to make sure that you're staying safe, but this also keeps all of our emergency personnel safe as well, so that they're not having to go in to those areas that are evacuated to make sure you're okay. Just get out now. Right now we're seeing incredibly dry conditions. We've got relative humidity levels sitting anywhere from 20 to 25%, anywhere from Spokane into Coeur d'Alene over towards the Palouse and into central parts of Washington. And it is still warm. We're at 6:51 at night and temperatures are sitting in the 80s. Currently, Sean, like I said, we've got a bit of a cool down on the way for tomorrow, but winds still are going to be on the breezy side.
All right, Leslie, well, let's take you right out to Bradley Warren.
All right, guys. Robert here, BP News Channel once again. I got to just tell you what's happening here. So I'm looking at a bunch of videos now. I just got back to my computer, but some major video coming out right now on the fires and what's happening to houses. Let me just pull up some of them here. Absolutely crazy. You have to ask yourself this question: is Spokane a proposed smart city. Remember, anytime we have these proposed smart cities that are participating in the programs, there's many cities around the country that are involved in these programs for a smart city. Something tragic happens. You know, Lahaina, Paradise, California, the one that was down in Southern California. What was it? What was the name of that city down there that burned up? That was also proposed smart city. Okay, look at some of the videos coming. I just can't believe this. This is absolutely crazy. Look at some of the video coming out of here. Look at this. Let me turn down some of this other video here going on here in the background. This is absolutely beyond anything. Just look at this. Oh my gosh. Look at this.
I want to turn around.
I have no idea what that noise was. I am so sorry. I'll just turn it down there, but it's something to do with the video. Let me just turn down that noise. But look at what's happening here. This is Spokane. Wow. Okay. Let me just pull up some video here. It says Spokane is among 10 cities in National Smart City Initiative. Oh, you don't say. You don't say. Well, if you happen to find your city on one of the lists here, you better be careful because you're liable to have a smart fire. Yeah, a smart fire generated by AI data systems doing something crazy, huh? The AI knows everything, right? It's actually behind everything. We can blame AI for everything, I guess. I got a fly running around here. Why is this fly bothering me? All right, this fly is going to die. Where's my? This is my bug assault. Here, gone. That's a bug assault. It's salt. It's a salt gun that just destroys flies. Thank you for the bug assault. That's one of the most favorite tools I have because when the flies fly, they're gone. And yeah, we just destroy them with this thing. Have you ever seen any of this? Have you ever seen one like this? Look at this. This thing is so amazing. You guys ever seen one of these? You put the salt. You can put sugar in there too, but I think salt is the best. And then you just cock it, and bam! It's like a shotgun. It's like a salt shotgun. You can kill flies wherever they're hiding. You can be like five feet away and still get them. All right. Oh my goodness! Look at this one. Oh my gosh! Look at this. Look at the skies here. Wow. Is that absolutely crazy or what? Wow. Red skies. Let's hear what they're saying there.
I live in the fucking south. Francis East. Everyone's evacuating from 9 Mile Falls and Airway Heights. Oh my god. Francis is wall-to-wall cars now. I live in the fucking suburbs. We're packing go bags now.
Well, go bags would have been a good thing to have packed a while back. Now, you know, this is why we tell people to get a go bag, especially if you're living in a city that's on the proposed list or you're in a very dense area of forest. Hey, you know, Anyways, there's just so much that we should be thinking about right now, but I got so many things that are going through my head right now. We showed you this one. Yeah, I'm not sure what that noise was. Okay, so let's go back to the live feed here, and I'm going to pull up some more video, guys, for you, some live video.
States.
Map. It is widespread and it grew throughout the afternoon into the early evening. I want to pull that up for you once again. The Old Trails fire originated along the West Plains and Airway Heights near Grove Road. It then spread by the winds, driving it to the north and to the east, and then expanded that evacuation zone. These are level 3 evacuations. We can tell you there is destruction after it jumped the river. There is destruction in Indian Trail, and then evacuations up to the 5-mile prairie as far as the level of destruction. That is unclear right now, but I fear the worst. It is not a good scenario. And then the Fairview fire to the right, there's level 3 evacuations there. And then up to the north and to the west, top of your screen, that's the Autumn Lane fire that Rosemary just showed you, a major firefight there.
All right, guys. So share the feed on your social media and tell them we're covering all the late breaking news and all the videos. We're going to start pulling them here in a minute. I'm getting videos beyond what mainstream gets, so this is going to be your cutting edge information update right here at BP News, and let everybody know that this is the place you want to go to find out things you don't know. We got it all right here on the go. Okay, so hold tight. Let me pull up some of that feed, some of those feeds.
About 40 minutes ago, as well as the Commissioner of Public Lands, they understand the deep threat this is to the community and the destruction it has already caused. They're mobilizing resources to the level of what those resources will be and how widespread that will shake out here over the next couple of hours. About an hour from now, there's an emergency meeting called by the Spokane County Commissioners where they, I would imagine, are going to conversate about declaring a state of emergency, likely to happen based on what we're seeing in the widespread damage that we have right now. If you are looking to evacuate, SFCC is a location for you. If you have animals, Spokane County Fairgrounds. You just heard the mayor live breaking on KHQ, Nonstop Local KHQ, that the convention center is in play now as an evacuation site. It's massive in size. That gives you a perspective of how bad this is and the situation that they're evaluating up to the minute in real time. There is a coordination of efforts between civic leaders and the convention center. It sounds likely to be open. I'm not confirmed that.
All right, look at this. Wow, look at that. My gosh. This is good. Excuse me. Some of that smoke got in my lungs. Actually, I just ate something and I breathed in one of the piece of chip. That's terrible. Look at the smoke. Look at that. Oh my gosh. All right, so we got some more here. Let's see what else we got here. Oh my gosh, look at this one. Oh, downtown Spokane. That's downtown Spokane. Whoa. Are they going to burn down the whole city? Do they got to burn down that whole city? Is that what's going to happen? Wow. What in the world? Let's see what else we got here.
We've been scorching hot in here.
I know, but it's just not.
But now it's like broken or something.
It's been,
I'm trying to freeze this out.
it does what it wants to.
Oh my gosh.
It's a Bluetooth speaker / Galaxy.
What?
When you put it up at
The whole skyline is on fire
It gives off almost kind of like a
of Spokane.
water pattern.
The whole skyline is
Galaxy
literally
cloud kind of
blackened.
thing. And then the little laser dots.
Wow, this is absolutely great. Look at that. There's another one in the background there. There's another fire. It looks like it's going on over there. Wow. That is crazy. Look at this one. Oh my goodness. Wow. Jeez. And you know, those winds are so strong right now. They're 50 miles an hour winds right now. Huge winds outside right now. Let's see what else we got here.
Francis.
Yeah, that's just absolutely crazy stuff going on there. All right, let me pull up some more.
Those winds come down a bit, but it is still going to be breezy as we head into your Sunday. It is still going to be dry with relative humidity levels hovering around that 20 to 30% mark. And that's what we're seeing out there right now. We're at 23% relative humidity levels for both Spokane, the Spokane Valley, Coeur d'Alene. You're at 25%. That tells us how dry the air is. And I don't even know if we all need a reminder of that. We have not seen any measurable rain in quite some time. Temperatures coming down a bit, and we'll continue to watch those temperatures drop as we head into the evening hours, but we are currently sitting right there in the upper 70s in Spokane. We've got low 80s into North Idaho and continue with those 80-degree temperatures for Lewiston over towards the Tri-Cities. Regardless, these are dangerous conditions that we are seeing. A reminder again that we are under that red flag warning. It was upgraded yesterday from a fire weather watch to a red flag warning, and we have a new warning that is in place. It is one that we have not seen here before. It is so new for us that we don't even have it in our system. It is a fire warning for Spokane metro area extending again up to the north. A fire warning is in place. It is issued by the National Weather Service, from what I understand, with information they get from the USGS. So we're following that very closely. What that means is that we have just got critical fire conditions out there, explosive, which is why National Weather Service issued our very first PDS, particularly dangerous situation. I want to remind you to please no lit materials thrown out your window. Please don't park on any dry brush. You want to avoid using any kind of power tools at this time that could set a spark. You basically want to avoid anything that could set a spark, and pay attention to the burn bans that are in place. There are numerous burn bans that happen to be in place at this time. So that is a current look at our weather conditions and the wind direction.
All right, guys, so check this out. So look at some more of this footage, guys. Look at some of this footage coming out here. This is Spokane here. What is that? Is that like a... Merkel Sports Complex? The Dwight Merkel Sports Complex in Spokane is on fire. What? The Dwight Merkel Sports Complex. Let's look at that. This was June 17th. They were closed June 17th because of a fire, and now they are on fire again. So it's some kind of a complex where they do like sports, but they're surrounded by trees. But here it is on fire. Look at that. We showed you this one. We showed you that one. Oh my goodness. That is, no, I don't think we showed you this one, did we? Yeah, I think we did. Yeah. That's absolutely. Look at this one. Look at this one. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's the same one. Okay, so this is Scott Lindquist. Dangerously close to a softball field. And we showed you that one. These are the ones that are popping up right now. The National Guard has been called up to help respond to the Old Trails fire. National Guard on its way. And we showed you all these. All of these have been shown to you guys. We already showed you everything here. These are all just repeats, people playing them right back. Now this might be new here. I don't think I've seen this one.
I don't think we should. Oh my gosh, bro. Holy crap. I can feel the heat.
It's hot. There's a car.
Oh, they're turning around.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, hell.
He said it's hot. Oh my gosh. These homes are going up in flames.
Oh my gosh. I don't think we should. Oh my gosh, bro. Holy crap. I can feel the heat.
It's hot. There's a car.
Oh, they're turning around.
Division Street and Francis Avenue. What is this? I guess they're blocking off the road. Yeah, we've seen most all this already. Yeah, these are just images that we've seen just a little bit ago. Pretty amazing. All right, this one I don't think I've seen here.
It's telling us shit. It's coming in so many different directions. We don't know how it started. No one's telling us shit. This is so bad. This is blocks and blocks. And the old folks home is down there. And the veterans hospital is down there. They're gonna need to evacuate our veterans first. And then the elderly. Oh, Jesus Christ. Start moving to the side. Start moving to the side. Start moving to the side. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. The old folks' home is way down there. They're gonna need to see, they're gonna go evacuate them first. This is so not cool. Fuck this. This man doesn't even work for the city. He is just a citizen, just doing awesome shit, okay? Fuck you, I love you, man. Anyways, I need to go keep alerting my neighbors to turn on their sprinklers. I'll be back.
Whatever. It's like, what kind of commentary was that? Oh my gosh. Okay, so here's something else here. What was that? Oh shoot, I was going to show you something. Oh yeah. This one here. Let's see, did we see this one already? Yeah, we saw that one already. It says U.S. mass highest level 3 evacuations ordered in blackouts from parallel biblical fires. This is coming from RT Today. Russia Today is saying that a U.S. mass highest level 3 evacuation ordered in blackouts from parallel biblical wildfires. Why would they say parallel biblical? I don't understand that. Highways blocked as residents can't flee with National Guard mobilized, plus planes diverted. They're saying people aren't able to flee. Howling girl curses end of times, blood infernos in gut-wrenching clip. End of time, end of days. Let me hear this. I don't think I heard this. Let's see.
Oh my god. Francis is wall-to-wall cars now. I live in the fucking suburbs. We're packing go bags now. Francis, East. Everyone's evacuating from 9 Mile Falls and Airway Heights. Oh my god. Francis is wall-to-wall cars now. I live in the fucking suburbs. We're packing go bags now. Francis, East.
Okay, I didn't hear any apocalyptic talk. Anyways, let me just post some of this stuff here. Hold on. Okay, here's some. Hold on one second. Okay, there's some more here. Let's see what this is. Oh, wow. Okay, so here is some footage or some visuals of the Pacific Northwest and all the fires. So you've got let's see if you can see my cursor here. So here is gosh, you've even got them in Portland, all throughout Oregon, into Idaho. Well, there's Idaho ones. I'm pretty sure these little lights are fires. This is the Spokane one up here. And all these little things burning, I think, are fires, I think. Pretty crazy. Let's see if there's anything else in the search here. The latest. Let's go to latest. Three minutes ago, it says that let me get this over here so you can see it here. Okay, this is all stuff that we've seen. This is new. Why are we looking at it sideways here? People don't know how to hold their cameras. Come on, man. You're supposed to hold your camera sideways so we can see correctly. Don't tell me you're going to be holding it like this the whole time. All right, well, that's got to be a boomer. I think that was a boomer. Let's see what this is. What happened here? It says,
on the phone.
It's just, Heidi, it's heartbreaking to see.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Tori, for being right there, zooming in.
It is
a sad deal.
Yeah, the couple I spoke to that rushed to evacuate under that level 3, they said that they grabbed medications and
resources available that are servicing this fire, and then in large part are available to assist further. I just spoke with Congressman Baumgardner. He just resources
an all-hands effort across the county right now between fire districts, state and local resources.
And really this right now.
You want me on right now?
Yeah, we're live right now.
Sure.
Congressman, what have you learned in your brief today? On the phone.
It's just, Heidi, it's heartbreaking to see.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Tori, for being right there, zooming in.
it is
Before the dark. Deal.
Yeah, the couple I spoke to that rushed to evacuate under that level 3, they said
there's got to be a live one here. I thought they had a live thing here going. Hold on. Let's see if this is going to work. Yeah, they have this set up the wrong way. They don't have their website set correctly.
Really hot out here as well. Closely tracking what's set to happen next with this fire. And again, I'll provide any updates that I'm able to get in terms of acreage, how many units we have responding, and more. Right now, I can tell you fire crews working very hard to fight the flames here. We've been watching aircraft dropping retardant, as well as a chopper actually dropping water from a nearby waterway, dipping and then dropping that moisture directly onto the source of the flames. It's certainly appreciated, as again, I don't know yet how many structures are threatened, but there are homes right here, Sean.
All right, thanks very much, Rosemary Wright. We understand there is a news briefing right now with Guy Gifford, obviously longtime DNR representative. Let's listen in.
Up in the air, helping support those on-the-ground firefighters. There are many homes are currently under evacuations. People are encouraged to check that Spokane County Emergency Management site to keep updated on evacuation notices. And there have been a report of numerous structures.
Hello, can you hear me?
The state to help support this fire.
All right, Guy Gifford right there from DNR, and we want to thank him so much. It looks like we lost his mic there again. It's a bit breezy out there. I want to get a look at our power outages because we're starting to see some of those numbers come down. We're at about 38,000. We know that about 11,000, just over 11,000 of those were planned power outages.
All right, guys, really quickly, I wanted to update you guys on some of the crazy news. Trump says that we are locked and loaded and ready to go against the Islamic Republic of Iran at levels of military terror, strength, and power not seen since World War II. Despite this, we have just been asked by Iran and other Middle Eastern countries to hold off any attack, in that the perimeters of a deal have been agreed to. That ain't true. This would include the immediate, complete, and total opening of the Strait of Hormuz and an end to Iran's nuclear threat. Based on this request, I have agreed for the future benefit of the world. And likewise, see, just threatening utter destruction and annihilation. And then Iran comes out and says, we don't know what he's talking about. We're ready for war, they say. And they said this, I don't know how many times that he does this. So he has to keep upping the ante and keep making it sound even more dramatic the next time, so that people will actually believe that there's a possibility that what he's saying could be true. He has to embellish it even more than he did the previous time. So I don't know how many times we've gone through this cycle of war, no war, war, no war. We making a big deal, no deal. Iran betrays our confidence. Nope. We betray theirs. Nope. It's just back and forth. This is all a bunch of crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. He goes on to say, and an end to, okay, so then he goes, based on this request from Iran, I have agreed for the future benefit of the world and likewise the survival of a successful and prosperous Iran to cancel the attack, subject to being able to rapidly make a deal. And he puts deal in capitals. The country of Israel joins me in this commitment. Get to work, everybody, and get it done. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He's just putting out that positive, what he wants the universe to do. And this is his way of trying to harness energies to make it happen outside of the universe, right? Outside of our known world, because he's all part of that occult mindset of Norman Vincent Peale. Just tell the world what you want, visualize it, and speak it positively, and then it'll start to work in your favor, right? This is what he's saying. I have a feeling that Iran has nothing to do with any of this, saying that they're going to in any way negotiate with us, because everything that they've been saying has always been contradicting everything that Trump says that is actually happening. In fact, they will come out immediately and make statements many times to contradict Trump, just to show that he's not being truthful in what he's saying to the American people or the world. So the National Guard has been called up to help respond to the Old Trails fire burning through Spokane, Washington. Multiple structures confirmed to have been lost. The fire still active. Winds are howling. Outdoor sports complex have burned. A true wildland urban interface disaster. Lots of homes potentially could go up in flames right now. There are so many homes in the pathway of this fire, and the wind is so very strong. We might be seeing a repeat of Lahaina in Hawaii, or Paradise, California. Paradise Falls, I'm thinking of my kid's movie. There's that movie Up, when the old man and the woman, they want to go to Paradise Falls. This is Paradise, California. Remember that whole city burnt up? And then also the one down in Southern California, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. Oh, this is so terrible. So here's some visuals. This kind of gives you a visual of of the fires here. Let's do that again. Palisades, yeah, the Palisades fire. Thank you for that, Palisades fire. That was in Southern Cal. In addition to the potential unfolding wildfire disaster in Spokane, Washington, numerous other large and fast-moving fires, existing and new, are blowing up under the extreme critical fire weather conditions and severe drought conditions from the eastern slopes of the Cascades eastward into Idaho and Montana. Wow. And that's the sports complex that supposedly... no, Paradise, California was the first one that went up in flames and was completely destroyed. I'm pretty sure that was what it was called. Somebody was saying it was Palisades, not Paradise. No, Paradise also... Yeah, that was the one where all those people died. So, yeah. Here's some more footage. Let's put this up and let's take a look and see what they're saying
have
here.
been evacuated from this facility, but the fire itself, I mean, it really hits you when you're in it. Smoke is all around us, and then to my left, the left of Northwest Boulevard, I mean, it's all you can see is smoke everywhere. I don't know how close we're going to be able to get to Dwight Merkel because there's evacuation orders in place and detours in place. But just even coming this way up to the VA Center on Northwest Boulevard, you can see the other side engulfed in flames and smoke. So yeah, as Leslie touched on, as you've touched on, Sean, it's not only scary, but you know it's close to home for so many of us. So it's a difficult situation to say the least. But then of course, there's just that immediate concern and thought process of, my poor neighbors and the people on the other side. Very just, nerve-wracking situation out here as we're continuing to watch this to try to make our way over to the Dwight Merkel complex area. So as more information becomes available to us, Sean, we'll let you know.
All right, and that's the first time we've seen that perspective when Bradley had the camera turned around there. That's the first time we've seen in that evacuation zone, and this is really a perspective of he's just hugging along the VA Center there. Let's take you now on Northwest Boulevard to Heidi Miley.
Old Trails Fire. It's the Old Trails Fire, right? Double check. Old Trails. I heard several words. It's a very fire.
Okay. Sean, if we're live here, I'm with Guy Gifford of the Department. All right. Hi, guys. Hi, Sean and Leslie. I am here with Guy Gifford of the Department of Natural Resources. Guy, can you explain to the viewers where we are standing?
Currently, we have the incident command post for the Old Trails Fire. And currently, the fire is estimated between 2,500 and 300 acres in size. We have over 400 plus firefighters throughout the county and throughout the state trying to control this fire. Over 13 plus aircraft are supporting those firefighters with those air resources. We've been reported several structures have been involved during the fire, and of course there's been numerous areas of this city are currently under evacuation.
Okay, can you tell us from how far away in the state or multiple states these mutual aid crews have come?
First, the local resources all supporting it from the local county as well as from both sides of the mountains. Unsure of which specific agency they come from, but they come from all over the state to support them. The firefighters just do that all the time.
Can you explain the aircraft that are in the air fighting the fire? We've got numerous types I've seen.
We have numerous types. One, we have those scoopers. They scoop water, scoop out of the lakes and drop on the fire. And we also have those large and very large air tankers. They land and fill it with that red stuff we call retardant and put that on the fire.
You mentioned a number of structures are involved here. Can you confirm whether any of these are homes?
We haven't heard whether they're homes or outbuildings yet.
Okay. And everybody has been hearing, and we've confirmed with authorities, that it jumped the river, went into Spokane. Do we know at what point or what area it jumped the river?
No, I don't know where it is, where it jumped the river at or when.
Okay. Can you explain to us the plan of attack for the rest of the evening and the night?
The main plan of the firefighters is to continue focusing on first priority is life and then protecting structures. That'll be the plan for the night.
Okay. And have you had to divide crews out, because we know there's a number of there's at least 2 other fires in the area as well?
Resources are allocated by, resources are often allocated to different fires. So yeah, there are many, many different fires and resources being allocated them as appropriately.
And you were mentioning that a command team is coming in from out of state.
Yeah, what we have is what we call an incident management team. We have in-state management teams, but most of them are already on those large fires. So we have one coming in from California to help us manage this fire as it manages fire today and tomorrow and in the future.
Okay. Well, right before I let you go, what would your main message be to all of the viewers out there?
Key thing is pay attention to the evacuation notices. If you're in an evacuation area, evacuate. Spokane DEM is the best place to keep updated on those evacuation notices.
Okay. And Guy, if you can hold on one moment, Sean Owsley, our anchor, has a question as well. Sean, what do you want to ask?
Well, Heidi, I appreciate the live interview. I appreciate Guy's time. I've known Guy for 2+ decades. This is what he does. Specifically, ask him about the Indian Trail neighborhood, because we hear a number of homes have been lost. What has he heard specifically along Indian Trail and the number of homes lost?
Okay. Sean is asking about the specific Indian Trail neighborhood. Our viewers and our newsroom has been hearing that there's a number of homes lost there. What can you explain is happening in the specific Indian Trails neighborhood?
I don't know what's specifically happening in Indian Trail. I just know the firefighters are in all areas of the fire focusing on life and structure protection.
Okay. All right. Guy Gifford with the Department of Natural Resources, thank you so much. I won't leave this area. I'll stay at the Incident Command Post, Sean and Leslie. I'll let Guy go and collect some more information, but we'll be staying here and we'll check back with you in just a little bit. Reporting outside of the Old Trails fire, I'm Heidi Miley, Nonstop Local.
Heidi, I appreciate that, and Guy Gifford, I always appreciate his time. Let's take you back to Bradley Warren. And Bradley, when you were driving north on Northwest Boulevard, coming there to the intersection with Wellesley, the VA Medical Center, and you turned your camera around, that's the first time we've seen that close to the VA Medical Center there. Obviously, Dwight Merkel, a complex, which we heard there are some structural burns there, but it is reportedly overall intact, according to the sheriff's office. But let's go to Bradley now, who has gotten out of his vehicle. And Bradley, your images of this first time we've seen this close to the VA, this first time we've seen this close to Dwight Merkel. I'm just going to give you as much time as you need to explain what you're seeing and what you're dealing with.
Yeah, Sean, so we are just down the road. We went through open streets into the area here near Northwest Boulevard. And I want to walk over here. I do not know what's going on. It does look like crews are working right now to battle something. Of course, obviously the fire is spreading through trees right now, and we're in heavy smoke. If you look just over my shoulder, you can see the smoke coming up behind us. So this would be sort of the back end near the lower portion of Northwest Boulevard with the view, of course, of the hillside behind us. But this is our first time sort of being in this area today, and it does look like we've got crews staging here, and we're going to give them the space to work. But, of course, you can just see how much is going in right now to battling this blaze. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 vehicles over here. I'm not sure what the situation is down over here. It might just be a staging area. But, of course, this neighborhood just down the road from the VA center, and you can see the thick and heavy smoke here that crews are working with as they are battling this fire. And, you know, Sean, you and Leslie were talking about what it could be comparable to You know, I've lived here my whole life, just like you guys have. And I think the only thing that I could sort of mirror this experience to would be Malden. I was in Malden when that situation started, and then was there through the town, unfortunately burning to the ground. I don't want to say that that's what's going to happen here. I just want to give perspective. You have fire all around you. You've got, you know, debris in the wind. You've got heavy wind. You've got smoke everywhere. You've got this haze in the sky. You know, the clouds are orange. That is what this reminds me of, is that situation. And there's no getting around that this is obviously not fun for anybody. I'm sorry for the people who are going through it. This is uncomfortable, and it's not fun, for sure. Right now, though, these fire crews, they are doing great work, and we're so appreciative to them. I was just speaking with Mayor Lisa Brown, who told me that crews are responding from multiple states and from across the region. While I was driving over here, I saw a Whitman County fire truck with a Whitman logo on the side. So we're getting mutual aid right now that is responding from across the board, and the state apparatus has been mobilized to help and service this fire. But this is probably, Sean, the closest we're going to get to the Dwight Merkel area, just given that the evacuation orders are prohibiting any forward movement on Northwest Boulevard, and we want to respect those. Again, we're in an area that was opened, and we don't want to progress any further, just given that these crews do need the space to work. But you can see this black cloud of smoke over the trees here, and the wind blows, and you just see that pick up. I mean, that is what the crews are dealing with right now. The wind is just not on their side, and it is not assisting, and it's just the smoke in this area is just very thick. So a less than ideal situation. The VA center, Sean, to your point, is fine. It is okay, but of course everyone was evacuated out of an abundance of caution for the obvious reason. With the way the winds are moving and with the way things are going, you never know how that is going to shift or evolve. But right now, from our vantage point, this would be a not great situation as our crews are working to get a handle on it. As you see, wind right here picking things up in this area. And I'll just show you again a little more perspective. It keeps, every time the wind blows, we just see new smoke, new smoke, new smoke, new plume. So I think we're going to wrap things up here, Sean, just given that it does look like things are getting heated over here in this area, and we'll send it back to you. But the way it sits right now, evacuation order still level 3 in most parts of the area that we're in. Please respect and honor those. Sean?
Yeah, informative but respectful for sure, Bradley. Appreciate your tone and the report and that perspective on that area that we've yet to see until you report. Thank you for that reporting. All right, I want to show you some new video into the Nonstop Local KHQ newsroom. And as we said, when all is said and done, there are going to be a number of homes that are no more, burned through by this major fire. 3 fires burning, the Old Trails fire. This video here, Spokane County, this sent in to us from Jennifer. And you can see that fire burning structures. This is right in the middle of a neighborhood. This is not what we expect to see. This is our reality tonight. Another piece of video for you. This is near Riverside State Park. A man lost his home on Bridget, and you can see this is a different perspective right now of just how widespread that fire was. His home was on Bridget. It abutted right up to Riverside State Park, and we're told that home is now gone, simply destroyed by this fire. So we're getting new videos in, and it's a pretty ominous scene right now. And then take a look at this video here. This is out where Tori is reporting from in the Fairview area, and burning in the tree lines here. The fence lines, you see a tremendous amount of overgrown sagebrush. In fact, let's continue our breaking coverage with Tori Smith, who is near where you're looking at that video. Hi, Tori.
Hi, Sean. As of now, this fire has been updated from Spokane County Fire District 9 to 500 acres instead of 700 acres. I want to show you the scene right now. We have multiple fire crews on site. We're also seeing a flame line going on as well. If we zoom in to one of the fire trucks, there was an entire tree engulfed in flames. Looks like as of the past about 5 minutes, minutes. That tree has now been put out, but you can't see any more of beyond that. That's because the smoke is just continuously billowing in that area. I'm going to redirect you now to some of the flames that we see heading down the field here. We are still seeing an entire area, almost an entire field, just engulfed in flames. Beyond that is going to be the charred ground from these flames. Lots of homes have been lost here. It is just heartbreaking to see. We're still, again, 500 acres, and you can actually see this line is closer towards those power lines. This area has a power outage that has been scheduled from Avista, so this area currently without power, so these power lines shouldn't be affected from these flames. So we'll keep you updated with the latest here from the Fairview fire. For now, live in Spokane, Tori Smith, Nonstop Local.
Hey, God bless. Thank you guys, Josh Lacey, and Patty Lynch. Thank you so much. I love the laughing emoji.
I was just able to confirm with the Red Cross that this center here at Spokane Falls Community College is being shut down, and they are moving operations into downtown Spokane to the Spokane Convention Center. That will be the main evacuation center, a shelter for people to stay who have been evacuated from their homes. For hours now, it's been here at Spokane Falls Community College, but what happened was, according to Red Cross, they told me that the power went out here. The generator here at the college doesn't have sufficient power to power all the resources that they need for the people who've been evacuated. There's a lot of people here with medical issues. They need the sufficient power to power devices to keep everyone here safe and healthy. So again, Red Cross just confirming with me that the evacuation center, the shelter, will now be moved from Spokane Falls Community College down to the Spokane Convention Center. Of course, the challenge now is there are, I would estimate, I asked Red Cross specifically how many people are actually here at the Spokane Falls Community College. They didn't actually know a specific number, but just looking around, judging from the people out here on the lawn inside the gymnasium, you're looking at moving hundreds of people down to the convention center. So now the focus turns to how is that going to happen. It's not exactly clear yet, but if you are watching this and you do need a place to go, if you've been evacuated from those fires, the Spokane Convention Center will now be the main evacuation shelter for the Red Cross, Sean.
Some brand new information from our Corey Howard. The SFCC shelter is closing. That's been open for several hours now. They are redirecting everybody to the much larger facility, the Spokane Convention Center. Details and specifics from city officials in real time as they come in. Let's take you back up north and west of Suncrest. The Autumn Lane fire is burning there, and this is a major firefight in itself outside of the Old Trails fire. Rosemary Wright live.
Hi, Sean. Yes, tracking this Autumn Lane fire, and it's not good news. Spokane County Fire District 9 tells me their latest estimate, 500 acres burned. They have reports that the fire has fully jumped into Suncrest. Now, this fire is burning along both Spokane and Stevens County. It's really on the borderline. That last update from Stevens County Emergency Management was, they have this fire at 0% containment. Emergency Management reports discovering this fire just after 3:30 p.m. So it's absolutely exploded into hundreds of acres just over the last 4 hours here. Again, we've started to see that smoke plume actually move a little bit further west and away, whereas before the mass of the darkest portion of that smoke was actually coming towards us, and pretty rapidly too, as this is a very, very dry hillside. We've also seen very dark flames licking up and people with their homes fully packed into their cars evacuating. One man just pulled over and spoke to us. He says, my son's home is down there and I can see the fire creeping onto his property. He was telling us this was the dream home. Now that dream home might be gone. And again, we're just seeing these dark, dark plumes of smoke licking up into that white mass. Every time we see that, we know something is burning. We don't know if it's a tree. We don't know how many structures are threatened right now, but I can tell you there's homes here, there's farmland, there's livestock too. Again, this Autumn Lane fire, one to watch this evening.
All right, Rosemary Wright live for us. All right, let's get back over to Leslie tracking the latest conditions. And You know, the sun is setting. We saw that in Bradley's live picture, Tori's and Rosemary. So this becomes a nightfall fight on those fire lines, Leslie.
Which is incredibly difficult. I guess the plus side to that would be that we are expecting winds to come down a bit, and we are expecting those temperatures to come down a bit as well. I want to show you the plumes of smoke from space. You can see them right here. Very dense smoke. We are hearing some reports, and we're working to follow up on information that it is causing some air traffic delays out of Spokane International Airport. Smoke can do that at times. Again, very dense smoke seen from, again, space. This is a look at our current wildfires from Washington to Oregon, and it is dense. We have got numerous wildfires out there. Of course, we're paying attention to the three here closest to home. A new, smaller one, Market Fire, has just fired up, and we're working to get more information on that as well. It looks like it's North Hilliard area. Now, the wind direction as well as the wind speed play such a huge role when we're talking about wildfires and the characteristics that we're watching for, especially as we push forward into the overnight hours. So winds still pushing in from the west, southwest, and west. That means the smoke, the flames are all pushing to the north and to the east of us. That is the direction that we are watching these fires as they move and as they spread. So again, wind direction, important. Wind speed, equally as important. We're seeing wind speeds, sustained wind speeds at 25 miles per hour here in Spokane, with wind gusts that are still above that 30 mile per hour mark. We're at 34 miles per hour for wind gust in Spokane. So you think about that. A gust comes in, it picks up an ember from a fire, and it can spread that fire, can move that fire incredibly quickly, especially when we're talking about flames hopping from treetop to treetop, that crowning type of fire, which is the most critical and the most dangerous type of fire. So those are the conditions that our fire crews are dealing with as they head into the overnight hours. Now, numbers have improved slightly, and they normally do within the overnight hours as far as relative humidity goes, how dry the air is, but we're still sitting at 25% here in Spokane, a little bit higher over towards Coeur d'Alene, and a little bit higher for areas down through the Palouse as well. But in the 20s, that is incredibly dry conditions. Temperatures, and it is almost 8 o'clock at night, are still holding right there within the upper 70s for Spokane. We've got temperatures in the 80s over towards Coeur d'Alene, as well as down through Lewiston into the Tri-Cities. So warm conditions, dry conditions. The winds are continuing, and I don't really see them coming down until past that 9-10 o'clock hour. That's when they will slowly recede, but it's still going to be breezy tomorrow. Now, we do have the red flag warnings. They are in place. They were upgraded from a fire weather watch, and a huge thank you to our friends at the National Weather Service, because they put out that fire weather watch earlier on this week. We cannot do what we do without them. So appreciate, because we've had the heads up on this. We've been watching this throughout the week, and of course, unfortunately, it did switch over to a red flag warning. It was upgraded yesterday to a red flag warning, which does mean critical fire danger in its own right. However, for the first time ever, National Weather Service of Spokane has attached a PDS. What does that mean? You've been hearing us talk about it a lot today if you've been with us. Particularly dangerous situation attached to this red flag warning. And boy, we have seen those conditions. In fact, these conditions have been going for 3+ hours. We've been on the air for now 4, I think going on 5 hours. I'm not exactly sure at this point. So again, this has been an extended event. It is so dry out there. We've heard that from our reporters actually picking up those dry fuels. We haven't seen much measurable rain in the last couple of months, and the winds certainly have been above that 30 mile per hour mark, and we are dealing with those relative humidity levels that are sitting below that 30 percentile. I will just remind you again, and I'm sorry, I'm going to keep doing it because we are just in a critical situation right now. Please pay attention to the burn bans. They are statewide spread now at this point. Properly discard of any extinguished cigarettes. And then you want to make sure you're keeping your vehicles off of dry vegetation. Avoid power tools, especially in the middle part of the day. And this is so important. Obey all of the orders from local officials. Local officials are working hard. They're working fast. They are working furious right now to make sure that you are safe. That includes our firefighters on the front lines and all of our emergency personnel and police officers who are out there trying to make sure everybody is evacuated appropriately. All right, let's send it over to Bradley. Bradley, where are you at this point?
Leslie, we're just off Northwest Boulevard, and I do want to emphasize we went into an open road. There was no detour in place. We did not jump any perimeter that was established. But just to show you how quickly and potentially devastating this fire has become, we are watching crews right now battle a structure. No word on if it's a home or an outbuilding, but they do have, it looks like, their hoses fixed on top of a roof right now. So unfortunately, we can confirm structures have been lost. We know multiple have been lost. We do not have a number. But here just off Northwest Boulevard, near the VA Center, we are watching crews actively battle a house on fire or a building associated with a house. This would be one of the houses that's on the cliff that would be facing sort of the major portion of the fire. Of course, the fire has spread, and we've got a tanker over us now. It's air support that's really going to be critical in this blaze and battling it because of the way the fire has been moving. And Leslie, you brought up this point a moment ago, an ember spreads and that continues forward motion. Well, we've got a lot of ash in the air here. When I was speaking with DNR earlier today, what they were telling me is the way the fire is moving is through treetops, which makes it that much more difficult to battle. Which is why right now it hitting a structure is that much more frustrating because, of course, crews are working to save the structure, which we appreciate, but then that pulls resources from battling the structure and the tree fire that's currently spreading forward motion. So there's multiple different prongs at play. You've got trees that are burning high up, which make it difficult for crews. And now you've got structures burning. So it's a 1-2 punch for fire officials that are already spread thin. And of course, our fire crews do great work, but every single time, and you saw it there, got a gust of wind, it blows things out for a second, shifts it back, and blows it back up, which reactivates the smoke. So fire crews right now are doing a great job getting a handle on what they can get a handle on, but there is so much burning around them that it is making a difficult situation that much more difficult. As I'm now watching another tanker, it looks like, make some sort of approach. I'm not sure if that is a tanker with retardant in it or if it's a tanker with water, but we've watched a relatively consistent and steady pattern of aerial apparatus. And that's one thing that they're very good at. I've seen this at multiple fires. What happens is someone's on the ground working as sort of air traffic control, coordinating anywhere from 10 to 15 different aircrafts in the air in a line. So they're coordinating that drop, they're coordinating that pickup, they're coordinating that motion back to the hot spot. So we're watching that line right now and the air apparatus do its job as our ground crews are here working to attempt to save structures in a very difficult situation. So that's the way it is. This in the neighborhood near the VA Center can confirm that the people that were at the VA Center have been taken to Shadle Park High School. They were evacuated. And the way it sits right now, this situation is going to progress into the evening. But our crews here, we have the best, and they are working very hard. Reporting live just off Northwest Boulevard, I'm Bradley Warren, Nonstop Local.
Bradley, thank you. In Northwest Spokane near Wellesley and Assembly, just outside the shadow of the VA there, that neighborhood. Bradley giving you a perspective there. Again, if you are just joining us, good evening. I'm Sean Owsley, Nonstop Local KHQ, also welcoming listeners simultaneously broadcasting on Spokane Public Radio, SPR News. For all of you joining us, this is a major breaking event, a city emergency, a county emergency. County commissioners are meeting in about 5 minutes, where it is highly anticipated that they are going to declare a state of emergency. At 6:15, the governor weighed in. As far as resources, Commissioner of Public Lands weighed in as well. Fairchild will house some people starting tomorrow, and then the SFCC shelter has closed. People are being now moved down to the Spokane Convention Center, obviously much larger capacity because this is a wide-scale emergency event here in our area. There is also a report of a new fire out west near Fairchild Air Force Base, Espanola Road. The location, we'll check in with that. But right now I want to bring in Ryan Roderick again from the DNR. Maybe he has some information on that, and then the key information on the other fires. This is just an ominous event, catastrophe that we haven't seen at this scale really in recent memory or even longer. Ryan, what are you seeing? What do you know?
This really is a critical situation, Sean. As you mentioned, we now have multiple starts throughout the inland Northwest due to that critical fire weather, and that is creating, as we've seen, some critical fire behavior. And again, I will reinforce that this is an event where if you are under a level 3 evacuation order, it is absolutely imperative that you heed that evacuation order, that you get to a safe distance as soon as possible. Not only is that for your safety and the safety of your neighbors, but it's for the safety of our firefighters as well. So if you are under a level 3 go now evacuation, please heed that order and remove yourself from that area as soon as possible. We do have mobilized state resources for this fire. There will be firefighters that are deployed throughout the state of Washington that are arriving as we speak on this fire. As Bradley mentioned, we are having heavy air presence over that fire and a significant amount of ground personnel. So crews are engaged throughout the state and both local fire districts and DNR resources to try to make as good a work as we can as we continue to staff this fire throughout the evening.
Ryan, as you were talking about the aerial battle against this fire, we were seeing those aircraft in the air and those pilots up there helping try and save what they can and knock this fire back down. As we are now, the sunset here is visible in this live picture. As you go into nightfall, outline the challenges for fire crews on the front lines when they lose daylight.
We'll be fighting this fire just as hard despite the absence of daylight. It does obviously present a challenge, but really what's more challenging right now, as we've been mentioning, is those wind conditions, those hot and dry conditions. But folks should rest assured that the resources are there throughout the night. We're going to continue to battle this fire. We're going to keep the air up there as long as we can, and then into tomorrow to continue to fight this.
Ryan, I don't know if you have information, but we know we've seen images, video, still photographs of homes burned, destroyed, some of them just basically down to the foundation. I'm not sure the specifics that you've received. We've seen in the Indian Trail and reports coming out of the Indian Trail area that there are a number of homes that are lost. We know a home was burned right there on the boundary of Riverside State Park. What are you hearing on structures? How widespread, or is it just simply too early to have that type of specific information?
It's a little too early to tell. I will say that there are structures that are involved within the footprint of the fire, and there are structures that are under threat from the fire. And I will use that to reinforce the point again that if you are under a level 3 evacuation order, that does mean go now. Things can be replaced. Homes can be rebuilt. We can't replace a life. So please heed those evacuation orders and get yourself to safety.
Ryan, appreciate your perspective and time. Just one last question for you. I think you live in the firefighting circles. You're immersed in this. This is your job. You tackle it. Allow everybody kind of pull back the curtain for them going into nightfall and how the different agencies coordinate and communicate with each other to come up with an efficient plan of attack.
We have a very advanced radio and communication system, including GIS modeling. We did overfly the fire with aircraft that gives us that size up. So crews are coordinating directly on the ground using the latest technology. So as night falls, just rest assured that the firefight will continue. We're going to continue to fight this fire aggressively for as long as it takes.
All right, Ryan Roderick with DNR. Ryan, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for sharing with everybody. Our hearts are broken here. This is an event on a scale we've not seen. I personally, not in my lifetime. I was born in Spokane. Leslie hasn't seen this. This is something that we're going into the evening hours. This is still really on the preliminary stages of evaluating how widespread this is, how deep the damage is, how destructive these fires are, and that will come in the coming days to weeks. As we take another live picture, the sun is setting, the smoke plume evident on the horizon. Let's take you back to Corey Howard. Corey broke the news about 20 minutes ago that they're shutting down SFCC shelter and opening the convention center. Corey, what do you have right now?
Yeah, Sean, so the operation to move everyone from SFCC down to the convention center is slowly starting to take shape here at Spokane Falls Community College. We've been here for hours. We've been watching people arrive at the shelter. It's taken a lot to get people to this shelter. The paratransit from STA has dropped off many people. I talked to one woman who arrived here by ambulance with 5 residents from her adult family home. So it's an undertaking to get everyone here. It took a while to get people here that needed these resources. It's going to take a while to get everyone packed up and down to the convention center. But you see this line, of course, the paratransit, you see the line of STA buses here all down in front of the evacuation shelter here at Spokane Falls Community College. I haven't seen anyone actually get on the buses yet. I'm about to go talk to STA to see if there is a plan right now. Maybe that's just getting going. We'll find out and let you know. But meanwhile, if you look above Spokane Falls Community College, you can see that coordinated air attack that you were talking about with Ryan, and of course Bradley mentioning it in his hit as well. These are tankers that are flying over this evacuation shelter, reminding these people if the billow of smoke behind them isn't doing the job, that there is still a major fight going on to save property and save lives in northwest Spokane. And as you can see, people starting to pack up here at Spokane Falls Community College to get down to the convention center. That will be the main evacuation shelter, and shelter being the key word there, because there will have overnight services there. If people need a place to stay, that's where you will stay. They will have, of course, food, water, all of that, resources for maybe planning your next move from what is a devastating, you can't put it into words. You were just mentioning it, Sean. You lived here forever. I've lived here forever. I don't recall ever seeing anything like this. Of course, Firestorm 91 is being brought up a lot, but the good news is when stuff like this happens, the community steps up, and that's what we've seen at this shelter all afternoon, is people helping people, getting them exactly what they need. We're going to continue following this, shift from Spokane Falls down to the convention center. We'll let you know how that goes. Again, I'm going to go try to talk to STA to figure out exactly what the plan is, getting all these people from here to there. Sean?
New critical information, Corey. Thank you. Appreciate your reporting. All right, let's take you back up in the Suncrest area for the Autumn Lane fire, where we saw a huge plume of smoke really grow behind Rosemary Wright, and now we have flames in the tree lines. Rosemary.
Sean here at the Autumn Lane fire. I wanted to give you an updated look at what the situation is here right now. We are seeing trees absolutely swallowed up by the flames. We knew that we were seeing dark licks of smoke coming up. We thought it might be trees. Now we're getting a close look at the destruction happening here off of North Craig. That last update from Spokane Fire District 9, this fire has jumped into Suncrest area. They are estimating 500 acres burned. The last update from Stevens County Emergency Management was 0% containment tonight. I'm not sure if my photographer Rachel is able to pan over. We can see a family on the hillside. They've been here for maybe half an hour, maybe more, just watching the destruction, and they're one of several. We've got lots of cars and trucks that have been lining the road, pausing here for a moment and just watching the flames burn. again, we had one man who stopped and spoke to us. He said, "That's my son's property that you're seeing burn down there. That's his dream house. He's not sure if the dream house is going to make it." And that's just one story out of several here at the Autumn Lane fire. We'll be watching this very closely. We're following the flames. We'll keep you updated as we see more. But again, not a pretty picture. Still very, very windy out here. Lots of dry brush on the ground. Even though that temperature is starting to come down a little bit, we've got a long night ahead, Sean.
Rosemary, and stay a safe distance from those flames. Appreciate your reporting there. Obviously heading into Suncrest. I do want to mention one other area, and this was put out on social media. We have confirmed it. Deer Park United Methodist Church is offering shelter for 50 people. That's Deer Park United Methodist Church offering shelter for 50 people. Obviously, another shelter that is opening up, massive facility, is the Spokane Convention Center, where it can house a lot of people, and a lot of people need shelter tonight, and maybe a kind word from the person next to them and some water. Here's a live picture for you now of the Spokane Convention Center. The mayor agreeing to open this up in coordination with other officials. We also told you that there was an emergency meeting scheduled for 8 o'clock with the county commissioners about a state of emergency. We're told now, tentatively, that has been pushed back to 8:30. So about 23 minutes from now, they expect to convene. Highly likely they will declare a state of emergency based on the images that you've been seeing on your phones and social media feeds and here on television and through our streaming service over the last 6 to 7 hours here, as that fire started outside of Grove Road on the West Plains and took off from there. And then we had fire starts in other areas. The sun is setting on what is one of the most catastrophic events we have seen in our lifetimes here in the Spokane Inland Northwest area. Our homes, it's really tough to see. It's tough to report on, but it's the toughest for the people that are outside of their homes, and they're scared, they have anxiety, and they do not know if they have homes to go back to. Let's take you to the Fairview Fire and Tori Smith.
Sean, that's exactly right. Many of these people that are coming from the Fairview fire don't have homes to go back to. A lot of them that I spoke with watched their homes burn. It's just heartbreaking news out here with the Fairview fire. At last update, we are hearing that it is now approximately 970 acres. We're still seeing a number of fire personnel. A couple have left, and it looks like the flames have died down over here where we are standing on North Fairview Road. This area was engulfed in flames. We saw homes starting to burn. We saw this field burning, and we're still watching it now. We're still seeing flames in this area. So we're continuously tracking this. We have seen the smoke die down just a little bit. We're seeing a little bit of blue skies as of right now, and the smoke is starting to move further off towards the east. And something else that we did notice in this area is a lot of wildlife has actually been coming out into this field here, likely because their homes have burned to the ground as well. It's just heartbreaking news for everyone involved, Sean.
Yeah, certainly is. On the Fairview Fire, Tori Smith on our breaking coverage. Let's bring Leslie back in. The winds, they were a concern all day. They fueled this fire. They're concerned going into tonight, and they're a concern tomorrow, Leslie.
Yeah, and we're hearing from our reporters, and actually many of you as well, a little bit of a shift in where they're seeing the direction of the smoke. And let me explain. So let's get a look right now at what we're seeing. Again, I'm going to zoom in on the fires that we are seeing out there. Old Trails Fire, the biggest one, Fairview, and the Autumn Fire. And then a new, smaller one still working to get information on that, the Market Fire. So as far as direction of the winds, and you can actually see our future cast of smoke blowing everything now to the east. So we're seeing that easterly push because winds are coming in now from the west for Spokane. So that push of the winds from the west is going to drive everything to the east. And winds still pretty high out there. We're seeing sustained winds at 24 miles per hour. That is steadily blowing winds. So above that 20-mile-per-hour mark, that again makes things incredibly difficult for our firefighters out there. You combine that with, again, wind gusts that are upwards of 34 miles per hour. That can take an ember from a fire and spread it quickly, especially when we're talking about flames hopping from treetop to treetop. This is how a fire can spread over a river, a lake, or a roadway, and that is exactly what we have been seeing out there. So winds coming in from the west, wind gust at 34 miles per hour. It is still dry out there with relative humidity levels in the 20s, 25% right now in Spokane, 23% in the Spokane Valley. And we've got temperatures, and you heard Rosemary talk about that, coming down a bit, but we're still sitting firmly in the mid-70s in Spokane, as well as over towards Coeur d'Alene. 80-degree temperatures still in place for the LC Valley. So those are difficult conditions, again, for firefighters. We have red flag warnings. They've been in place since yesterday. They were upgraded from fire weather watches throughout the week that we have been following in anticipation of critical fire danger for today. Our red flag warnings, I just took a double check. They expire tonight at 11 p.m. But we're not off the hook just yet because we still have breezy conditions through tomorrow. Lots of questions about air quality, and that smoke is dense in some areas. Now, again, the winds pushing that smoke to the east as those winds are coming in from the west. We still, for the most part, have moderate air quality, but you see those pockets up across the northern mountains and over towards the Panhandle shaded in red and in orange. That is unhealthy and unhealthy for sensitive groups. You're going to see that smoke again as the fires and the winds continue to push that smoke to the east of us. Now, winds do come down a bit overnight tonight, but we are still expecting breezy conditions as we head into our day on Sunday. So we are not out of the woods just yet. We will get that cool down overnight tonight. That is good news. That is helpful. You think about all of the equipment that our firefighters have to wear, dealing with the heat, not only of the day, but of those fires as well. So some relief in temperatures. Winds will come down a bit. I'm not looking for winds really to die down until past that 9, probably 10 o'clock hour, and that's when we'll start to see them recede a bit. Now we get a little bit of a break in temperatures tomorrow, Sean. We'll head down into the mid-70s, but you can see we climb right back up again as we get you into this next week. We're back into the 90s by Wednesday. We have got dry conditions that are expected as we get into the remainder of this next week as well. So while we've got red flag warnings that are set to expire, the PDS will also expire. We've still got critical fire danger. We're in the heat of the summer months right now, and we are certainly seeing some very grave conditions out there over the last, how many hours have we been here now? I'm trying to add it up. 5, 6, 7?
Yeah, about 6.
Yeah.
Leslie, my fear here is by tomorrow we're going to understand the destruction is much wider than we anticipate it to be.
I think that we are trying not to, it's hard to wrap your head around it, and I can't remember which official said it, but as the sun goes down and then the sun comes up tomorrow morning, it's going to be devastating for our community, and our hearts just break in a million different pieces because this is tough. This is really tough.
This is tough, and the impact is massive. All right. Thanks, Leslie. Let's check back in with Rosemary Wright, where that fire is burning in the Suncrest area. Rosemary.
Hi, Sean, here at the Autumn Lane fire. Unfortunately, things are worsening. We've actually got a deputy standing by telling us it's time to go. So the next time we speak, I will be in a different location, as unfortunately the flames just behind me are making their way closer and closer. We've been watching this tree line absolutely just enveloped in smoke. There's lots of small fire starts along the ground, and then of course we've been seeing black smoke lick up as some of those trees are totally burned. Not just us out here, but also several families and neighbors also watching the destruction. All of us are about to pack up and move to a different location. Going to let fire crews get in there and do what they need to do. Again, unfortunately, looks like we have a very long night ahead. I'm not sure if you can hear just how windy it is out here right now. Lots of dry brush along the ground as well. And we've just been watching this smoke plume grow and grow and grow since we arrived just a few hours ago. That last update from Fire District 9, 500 acres burned. Stevens County Emergency Management reports discovering this fire at around 3:33 p.m. So over the last 5 hours, it's really just exploded. Again, we're going to pack up and move now and hope that fire crews can get a handle on this thing. We have seen some of that air response grounded for now. Haven't seen a plane go up in quite a while, but earlier they were dropping retardant and water. We'll have to see if that resumes or if that's wrapping up for the night, Sean, because this fire, it's still burning.
All right, thanks very much, Rosemary. Let's go back to Bradley Warren covering the Old Trails fire. He's near Francis, which basically turned that arterial into an emergency evacuation route. There was a major tournament happening at Dwight Merkel, which is just to the south on the fringe of Francis and 291. Well, that had to be evacuated in real time as that plume of smoke worked its way toward the complex there from the West Plains. Let's take you to Bradley now.
Yeah, hey Sean, I want to show you, we are down by the veterans home, the old veterans home, if I'm remembering correctly, and you can see here in the distance the flames that are currently burning. So we are on Francis, I believe. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my bearing. We just jumped out of the car here. Down the road would be the complex you're referring to, the old Joe Albi facility over there as well. But you can see the flames that are burning right there with detours in place right now. And then just the wall of smoke, Sean. I mean, it is, again, significant. And then when, of course, the wind blows, we see it pick up. There you see it start to reactivate. But we do have open flame burning just down the road from where I'm currently standing. This again is over by Francis, by the turn that you'd make to get to the Joe Albi Dwight Merkel facility. So yeah, everything's blocked off in this area, and again, it just looks like it's going to be a difficult evening for fire crews that are currently on scene here working to battle this. I've said it already, Sean, I'm not trying to repeat myself or be redundant, but there's just so much burning. It's just unfortunately the perfect situation for a really bad day here in Spokane. And right there you see, again, a little bit of wind pickup, and you see the flames get a little bit brighter. We just were on scene of a house fire. We were not in a closed off area. But again, Leslie highlighted this. Every single time you get the wind blow, you get embers, you get ash that spread that make this situation that much more difficult. And that is the situation right now on the ground, Sean.
All right, Bradley Warren there, just this side of Francis, obviously emergency crews shutting down that roadway. And to the north of there, a few blocks is where you begin Indian Trail Road off Francis, and we hear there is tremendous destruction along that. Many of you posting that on Facebook. I've seen it firsthand. There are homes gone all along Indian Trail, one of many neighborhoods that are amazing day in and day out here right now. It's just a struggle to understand how deeply impacted our entire inland Northwest is right now. This is home, but we will rally and we will stay together and we will stay resilient. I can guarantee you that. I've seen it over many, many years. Let's take you back to Corey. And Corey, I understand you've been in touch with STA.
Yeah, Sean, the operation to take everyone from Spokane Falls Community College down to the convention center continues here. This line of STA buses behind me, they are ready to take anyone who needs to get down to the convention center down there. Still waiting for a final approval of that to get everyone to start making that transition. Of course, there's paratransit buses here as well. There are a lot of people here with mobility issues, so that will be key in this operation to get everyone down there. I did just talk to a bus driver a few minutes ago who's been transporting people all day. This fire very personal for him. In fact, just a couple of months ago, he actually lost his home in a house fire as well. So he knows what some of these people are going through. He said he just wanted to help in any way he could. So he has been transporting people all day. And he said as this operation continues to get people from here down to downtown Spokane, he's going to be here for as long as it takes to make sure that happens. Now, a side note as well, I don't know exactly if you guys have reported on this yet because it just came to me from my brother who was playing in the Spike and Dig tournament today. I'm sure that got evacuated, as you have said, Sean. If you were playing in that, if you haven't checked your email, he said he just got an email confirming that the Spike and Dig tournament is indeed canceled. So they will not be doing this 2-day tournament. They will not be doing games tomorrow. So if you're a player, I'm sure you already know that, but if you haven't, check your email, check their website as well. But yeah, Sean, we are just here at Spokane Falls. We are going to continue to monitor this operation to get people from down there, or from here down to downtown Spokane. Again, Spokanimal is also on scene here. They are actually offering to take people's animals. Of course, any Red Cross shelter, you can bring your animal if you want, but Spokanimal is also showing up saying if you need a place to a safe place for your animal to be, they can take it as well. They're putting out that offer, but I did talk to Spokanimal. They said not a lot of people take him up on that, because in a time like this, being separated from your pet isn't exactly something you want to do. Take a listen.
The Red Cross and Heart, with the evacuation orders currently in effect for Spokane County, the fire's going on, so we can help with the companion animals and the co-housing that's happening with their human people here.
And yeah, we've seen dogs, we've seen cats, we've seen mice and rats as well down here at Spokane Falls, as people taking their beloved pets out of their homes and to safety. And again, this is what we're watching right now, Sean, is this line of STA buses waiting for people to load up, take them down to the convention center. The paratransit over there is standing by as well for people with mobility issues. We've also seen AMR here for transport as well. So it's a coordinated effort. A lot of people here trying to just make sure everyone is safe and they can get to where they're going, and they can get those resources, that food, a snack, water, anything to kind of help them through this, as some people are going to be spending the night in that Red Cross evacuation shelter, Sean.
Howard, Corey, I know you've been jumping from place to place. Appreciate your hustle and your reporting. It's important to get that information out there. Thank you. All right, let's bring Leslie back in, tracking the latest on the forecast. As we heard Ryan Roderick from DNR, Leslie say, nightfall doesn't stop them. They're going to be hammering this fire as hard as they can.
Yeah, they'll be working through the overnight hours. And I want to get right to this, because we've got a brand new fire that has just come in. It's called the Espanola Fire. And right now, Watch Duty has got it at 5 acres. This is located out in Medical Lake on West Thorpe Road. Again, the Espanola Fire. In addition to that, we're watching very closely the Old Trails Fire. That is our biggest fire, Fairview Fire, and the Autumn Fire. Again, overnight, we're going to continue to follow this very closely. Winds, big player. We're seeing those winds come in from the west. So for those of you who are like, I'm seeing that smoke kind of do a little bit of a shift. Yes. Now with the winds coming in from the west, everything is pushing to the east of us. So that is where that fire will be directed, as well as any smoke as we head through the overnight hours. Wind speeds, we're watching these. 24 miles per hour, sustained winds over 20 miles per hour. We're still seeing some wind gusts at about 34 miles per hour here in Spokane. This is incredibly important, because this tells you what those firefighters are up against. Battling those flames with winds like this is incredibly difficult. This is what takes an ember from a fire and spreads it quickly. So in fact, as we head overnight tonight, this is going to be our biggest issue as relative humidity levels go up and temperatures come down. Now, wind speeds are set to slow down a bit as we head overnight tonight. I've been talking about that, but I'm not seeing that slow down until we head past that 9-10 o'clock hour. This is a current look at our futurecast for smoke. So again, that shift in the push of the smoke in the direction now pushing westward. You can see again areas shaded in yellow and in red. That is where we're seeing the most dense of that smoke. We'll continue to watch that trajectory as we head overnight tonight, again pushing everything to the east of us. Relative humidity levels, like I said, they will slowly come up. Our temperatures will slowly come down. We're still sitting, however, within the mid-70s here in Spokane, as well as Coeur d'Alene. I do want to check in really quickly if I can. I'm going to shift over to our cameras, because I've had a couple people check in with me trying to get out to, say, Indian Trail, past up towards Suncrest, and some of those roadways are closed at this time. I'll take you in. I've zoomed in. You see the areas that are shaded in purple. This is where we have road closures. They will not let you through at this point. So again, road closures. You can see those headed up towards Suncrest at 5 Mile, 7 Mile right there. We've also got a portion of Francis that is closed right now as well. So I'll take you to some of those cameras, and we've got police personnel that are out closing those roadways. Northbound lanes are going to be closed. They're continuing. That one's a little bit fuzzy, but they're continuing to try to get people evacuated quickly and safely. So please heed their warnings. Listen to their direction. They're going to get you to the safest spot. This is a current look at Maple and Francis. You can see very little traffic there. Again, northbound lanes are currently closed and blocked off. Division and Francis, you can see that there. We do still have some traffic that is going. It has loosened up a little bit. That is good news there. That means that we are getting people where they need to be. And Country Homes Boulevard and Cedar Road, again, very quiet because, again, we've got those closures going on out there. Sean? This is a very serious situation as we head into the overnight hours tonight. Again, the firefight does not stop just because the sun sets, so our fire crews will be out there working fast, working furiously, as well as all of our emergency personnel and our police officers trying to make sure that everybody is evacuated promptly and safely and headed in a direction that will keep them safe throughout the overnight hours.
Yeah, we want everybody to stay safe.
Yeah, we do.
Obviously, structures are gone. Lives can't be replaced. Leslie, thank you. It is 8:26 now. We've been on the air for about 5 hours. And we also want to mention to you that the county commissioners should be meeting here in a matter of minutes. They will declare a state of emergency. They haven't confirmed that yet. That's what they're talking about. How could they not, with the wide scope of this catastrophe hitting the West Plains, Indian Trail, 5 Mile, Fairview, Suncrest areas? We've never seen something this widespread. And I don't say that lightly. That's the truth. That's what we're seeing right now. I can tell you in the videos that we've seen on social media, we have to vet those for you, but there are structures gone on several different neighborhoods. Let's take you back to Bradley Warren, just near Francis Avenue. I know there's tremendous destruction along Indian Trail, and we can see the smoke in the air where you are, Bradley.
Yeah, Sean, we're just off 9 Mile, and I want to just give you that perspective. Every time I say it, the wind blows. We see that smoke and that fire become more active and reactivate. Our friends from the Washington National Guard are currently manning this line as we've got a Vista crews currently going beyond the line to assist in de-energizing lines that could be down. So we've got our Vista crews now on scene working with our friends from National Guard, the Washington State National Guard that Governor Bob Ferguson notified was activated for this blaze that's burning some 2,000 plus acres. But again, we're getting some wind right now. You're seeing that black smoke become more active. Sean, we're just down the road from the Dwight Merkle complex, or formerly known as the Joe Albee area. From what we understand, the complex is okay, but again, we're not just a stone's throw away from it. So that just gives you perspective as to how significant not only this blaze is in size, but how fast it is moving. From what I understand, I spoke with the sheriff that I was sitting next to in traffic, and he told me that basically everything further down, there is significant fire burning in that area. And again, you can see the flame that is kicking up right here on one of these trees. Looks like it just extinguished. So that's some good news right there. But unfortunately, of course, it could reactivate with the wind, as we are seeing that wind just pushing this fire further and further north, making this that much more difficult as we head into the evening hours, which of course is frustrating because as we lose the daylight, we lose the ability to have the air apparatus on this fire. The way the fire was spreading earlier in the day when I spoke to DNR, it was tree to tree, which makes it difficult for our fire crews to actually battle because, well, they can't dig a line around it in the way that they would service a normal wildfire. This is more realistic or on par with a forest fire. So it's a different firefighting tactic that needs to be deployed here, which makes it that much more difficult, especially in an urban area. So our air apparatus is still up right now. I can see planes, but as it gets darker, that is a resource and a tool that we lose. I think the best just piece of advice that I can give everyone right now, wherever you are, hunker down. The chances of any evacuation orders being lifted, that's just probably not going to be the case at all, given how active this is. Stay away from the area. Nothing is important beyond the fire line. You are what is important. And I know that is hard. That is a hard thing to have to deal with, potential loss, but we want you to be okay. And we are watching this fire very actively burn and destroy things. I have seen a house burn now and I feel for those people. But as we are out here, this is very real and could become very dangerous. So let's listen to our fire officials that are currently working the lines, our friends from the Washington State National Guard that are here doing great work. We appreciate them being here, and hunker down for an evening that will, unfortunately, be more difficult. We'll monitor this, Sean.
All right, guys, just so you know, get yourselves set up, bug out, prepared in case something, catastrophic does happen. Make sure you've got a bug out bag. It is important. Have some extra food that is mobile or that is, easily, like freeze-dried type food or something that you can make really quickly in your bug out kit. Get some of the greens that we're selling, and that's a good thing you can do too. That's just actually just something that you should all do. I don't know if I think you could take that with you. You'd have to grow it in your car though, if you were on the run. God, this is just absolutely crazy though, what these people are going through, and I'm kind of wondering if this is like really devastating. Like, has this just totally, completely destroyed hundreds of homes, thousands of homes? I mean, like, how bad is this going to be when we wake up? I know that the guy that we were talking to that was on the phone, his house is right on the line of the that one fire, the what do they call it? The Old Trails. Let's see, Old Trails fire. Is that what they call it? Yeah, the Old Trails fire. He's right on the border of that fire. So we need to really pray that his house does not come in the line of that. They put that thing out quick, because he's not too far away, just a few blocks away from that fire going into where he's at. So just continue to pray for Jeff and his fire, or that fire there near his house, and all the people that are there in harm's way, and people that have lost their homes. I'm sure there's a lot of people that have lost their homes now that may not know yet, but oh gosh, this is just, hopefully this calms down over the night and they get it under control, but I don't even think they have it even under control at all. Isn't it like 0% contained? And there's still, pretty significant winds. Let me just see something here. It says, anyway, let's listen back over to see what they're saying here.
Sean, we just arrived here along Highway 2. I'm checking where Espanola Road is. That's what I'm near. And we are about 20 miles east of Davenport. We are west of Fairchild Air Force Base. And as we were driving up and getting on scene, not only have we been seeing a number of emergency vehicles get here on the ground, but we've seen at least 2, possibly 3 helicopters over a fire that is to the south of Highway 2. I was looking for confirmations on this, and it already is a named fire. It's not just a smoke check. They've confirmed this is a fire, and they are calling it the Espanola Fire. As we were coming out here, at least 2 different law enforcement vehicles had their sirens on, and they were rushing out here. So, 1, the smoke in the air, and 2, those vehicles told us we were on the right track. We were going in the right direction. As we came upon Espanola Road, there is a deputy's vehicle physically blocking that road. You can't get in, only the emergency vehicles can. I see people coming out though. I see lights on cars that appear maybe to be normal passenger cars coming out. And along the area where the smoke is coming out, I see a tree line. I see some farms, some farming fields, and at least maybe 12 units with flashing lights above them. They're near the smoke plume. With the winds, it looks like the winds are moving the white smoke plume to the east towards Spokane. Again, as I say, we have seen at least 2 helicopters over the area. One went above our head as you were almost coming to me there. So this is a fire that we're just confirming. We're just working to find out information for you. We are seeing a big response there. I'm standing just in a parking lot along Highway 2 where a number of vehicles are. I have no idea about any evacuations, but there are a number of just citizens and people in passenger cars waiting here in this same parking lot. And so I'll be, working to ask people if they live in the area, that kind of thing. I can tell you it's still very windy out here. It's a little bit chillier than it was earlier when we were on the near the evacuation line for the Old Trails fire. I can share a little bit of information with you, Sean and Leslie, about the Old Trails fire and about a number of the fires in our area. A short time ago, you saw me at the briefing with Guy Gifford with Department of Natural Resources. After we were on live with you, I went and asked him a few questions because that District 10 fire station that we were at is the incident command right now for the Old Trails fire, but likely come tomorrow when the incident command team comes in from California, incident command for that fire and a number of fires in our area is going to move to Mount Spokane High School. I asked Guy, I said, hey, is that off the record or is it public knowledge? Can I tell the public? He said, go ahead and tell everybody. But not only will they be managing the Old Trails fire out of Mount Spokane, but a number of the other fires that we've been covering today. All right, Sean and Leslie, I'll work to get a little bit of information on this Espanola fire, but reporting along Highway 2 east of Davenport, I'm Heidi Miley, Nonstop Local.
All right, Heidi, thank you. It's a brand new fire burning there. As Heidi confirmed it, you could see the smoke in the tree line there. There's out off of Espanola Road, as Leslie mentioned earlier, Thorpe Road, some of the boundaries for you to give you a better proximity of where that is burning along the West Plains. That is a brand new fire. That is separate from the Old Trails fire that started earlier this afternoon near Grove Road. We are also getting some brand new information into the Nonstop Local KHQ newsroom right now. They have expanded the level 3 evacuation zone for the Autumn Lane fire. That's where Rosemary Wright is, up in the Suncrest area. And now the level 3 evacuation zone for that fire is overlapping with the level 3 evacuation boundary for the Old Trails fire. So the evacuation zones are overlapping. The fires have not merged, and we sure hope that will never be the case. Fire crews doing everything they can to stop that from happening. But the level 3 evacuation maps now overlay between the Autumn Lane fire in Suncrest and the Old Trails fire burning along Riverside State Park, West Plains, Indian Trail. Evacuations took hours to get off the 5 Mile Prairie for there, and that evacuation zone stretches all the way to Division from the West Plains. We are talking about a wide swath of acreage and land that they had to issue those evacuations because this fire was unpredictable. It shifted, it moved, and it made its way, cut its way through the tree lines, jumped from tree to tree there through Riverside State Park. So Autumn Fire, the Autumn Lane fire as it's called officially, level 3 evacuations. The boundary has expanded for all of you up in the Suncrest area. This is along 291, Highway 291. Not a good scene as the sun sets here on the Inland Northwest. We will continue to bring you the newest information as it comes in real time. We don't know the latest information as far as another news conference or access to city and county officials, but we imagine that could come on the horizon. The minute we know, you'll know. That's our job for you tonight, and to keep you informed with measured information that we are confirming it. It's important to be accurate. It's not important to be first on something like this, and we're going to continue to do just that for you. That's our job, and we take it very seriously. For all of you that are evacuated, there are shelters you can go to. The Convention Center, the main one, just opened a short time ago. STA taking people from the SFCC to the Convention Center, as our Corey Howard reported, and there is a Deer Park Methodist Church. They say they will take up to 50 people, and right now About 30 minutes ago, I spoke in detail with Ryan Roderick from DNR. I want to give you just a portion of our conversation. It's a brand new perspective of what they're facing on the front lines.
This really is a critical situation, Sean. As you mentioned, we now have multiple starts throughout the inland Northwest due to that critical fire weather, and that is creating, as we've seen, some critical fire behavior. And again, I will reinforce that this is an event where if you are under a level 3 evacuation order, it is absolutely imperative that you heed that evacuation order, that you get to a safe distance as soon as possible. Not only is that for your safety and the safety of your neighbors, but it's for the safety of our firefighters as well. So if you are under a level 3 go now evacuation, please heed that order and remove yourself from that area as soon as possible. We do have mobilized state resources for this fire. There will be firefighters that are deployed throughout the state of Washington that are arriving as we speak on this fire. As Bradley mentioned, we are having heavy air presence over that fire and a significant amount of ground personnel. So crews are engaged throughout the state and both local fire districts and DNR resources to try to make as good a work as we can as we continue to staff this fire throughout the evening.
All right, guys. Robert here. Check this out, guys. So it looks like the whole city of Spokane is surrounded by fires now. There's another fire, Espanola fire. I don't know if you can see this, but look at this. So this is Spokane Valley, Spokane County. Look at the city. It's almost like surrounded, like by fire. Look at this. Oops. So you got fire here, fire over here. This is the new fire right here. This new fire, and if the winds keep up, you know, this whole area is going to burn. I mean, if you got these really high winds that are coming through here, you know, there's still gusts of wind coming through there that are in the 30s, 40s, and 50s mile an hour wind range. You know, you're talking about, you know, an out of control type of fire where there's lots of structures. This could get out of hand really quick. Very quickly. I mean, it's already out of hand, but I mean, you know, in terms of it really becoming something much worse than it already is, because you got so many homes that could just literally catch on fire from wind. But it's just crazy. 5 fires. So you got Espanola fire. This just started. This one just started right here. And then you got these 2 fires now are merging. They're saying they could merge. The Old Trails fire and the Autumn fire. You have overlapping evacuation zones now. These 2 are separate fires right here. Now they're you know, they're basically, you know, the evacuation zone is potentially going to cross over into the other fire if it doesn't. The reason they have the evacuation zone is because they project that it could get out of hand and cross over into these areas. So it could come up from the north, and it also could come down from the south, and that would be just absolutely crazy devastation. And then you got the Fairviews fire here, and all these evacuation zones in play here. Absolutely crazy, man. That is absolutely crazy. This is so crazy. What in the world is going on to Spokane? All right, well, let's go back over here and just kind of listen in and see what they're saying here.
STA is ready to take all these people. As we've been saying, a lot of people that arrived here have mobility issues, so it's important to get that transportation down to the convention center, which will be a Red Cross shelter. Again, people will be able to stay the night there. There will be cots. There will be a place for them to stay and get the resources they need, figure out their next move as a lot of people evacuated from this Old Trails fire. So again, things kind of winding down here. The reason for the shift, to reiterate that, power went out here at Spokane Falls Community College and the generator just wasn't able to keep up with the power demand that they needed for a shelter here. So the decision was made to move this shelter here at Spokane Falls down to the convention center, where they'll be able to accommodate everyone that needs to be down there right now. But we are starting to see people leave, starting to get on buses, starting to leave in their own cars. A lot of people drove themselves here as well. So we're actually going to pack up here at Spokane Falls. We're going to head down to the convention center and get a better look at what's going on down there, Sean.
All right, we'll break you free from there. Appreciate the updates in real time. Thank you so much. Corey Howard in Northwest Spokane. He's moving that location near SFCC. You'll next see him at the convention center, where they have opened the entire convention center as a emergency shelter because we have not seen.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on, I want to put back on the, hold on. So that auto lane, they're talking about auto lane. Okay, but I want to hear these fire communications. I want to see if it's spreading, because we can kind of get a feel for what's going on by listening to the live, communications with all the first responders. Let's see if we can find out what's going on here. Let's see. Let's take a listen. And just so you know, the feed has 3 different feeds for some reason on it. So that's not I don't have 3 feeds going. It's on the actual recording that's live right now.
And but we'll continue into AMR 128. Yeah, truck will be up. Copy, thanks.
Okay, Berman, did you have a reporting location for him? Yeah, looking for North Bruce and Doak. Copy, North Bruce and Doak there, in route.
Dispatch from Tower 91.
Dispatch.
Yeah, just confirming, are we continuing to Woodstock's Way or continuing to Station
422.
131 North Primary?
Yes.
431, stand by.
Dispatch 422.
422, go ahead.
I've got eyes on the fire front about a mile to the west of me. Let's go ahead and do level 3 back to standby, or let me know when you're ready for the initial.
Copy that. Fire approximately a mile to the west. Standby 1. .422, 402.
422, good.
So confirming you have eyes on fire directly to the west of you where you're at.
April, yeah, it's pushing up the drainage here at Abigail Lane. So it's moving it looks like it's moving due east to northeast.
All right, I'm tied in with Leaker, who's IC of the fire on the other side of the river. DNR Deer Park is where they're running it on their side. It looks from where I'm at that you guys would have better access in the Logan Lane side down below, but I'll leave that to you guys to figure out there. But still unclear at this point if you guys are going to be running this as your own incident or if this is going to be part of the other. But if you need to get hold of their ops, they're on Deer Park DNR.
All right, I'll see what they have for evac.
AMR 134 from truck 14.
Evac.
Dispatch copy, standing by.
34.
Is that going to be
430, 420.
the truck?
We're outside the parking lot on the side of the athletic facility. I'll see if our truck to do it. You can take outside
on the west side. Copy. We're in front of the gym right now. We will work over to the fighting area.
Since you're already over there, I'm going to send you that direction. It's a female in a wheelchair. Run out of
Yes, I'm on top of the lookout right now. I got these pieces of up here, and right now, the description that you are giving
AMR 128 for 14.
It's just too many voices on there. There's no way I'm going to sit there and listen to all that. It's just too crazy. I wonder if there's any way we can just wheel it down to one here, man. Let's see if we can just find one. Let's see what they're saying here. Oh, you can actually listen to individual units, but you got to pay to do it. Let's see. How much do you got to pay? Let's see how much you have to pay. Create an account. Do you just got to create an account? That's all you got to do? See if that works. Account. Let's just see if that works. Okay. Oh, yeah. You got to go premium, $2.50 a month. Can't they just let me try it out? At least 6 months, $15. Also, look, the fire is right next to. Oh, really? You got to be kidding. Gosh darn it. I bet you that would let me listen to just what I want to listen to, right? Instead of all those voices all at once. Making me go crazy. Let's see if they'll let me have a free trial without making me do this.
TV has no resources assigned. We can tell them that you're returning and that you can come back if they get someone assigned to this.
Copy station. 254 copies.
Building Medic 18 calls when upgraded to an Echo. 40 male unconscious but breathing due to an overdose. You have Valley Engine 8 with you. Stand by for AMR unit.
Medic 18 copy.
Operations. Okay. Operations.
Yeah, update on meal plan. About an hour. We'll have like a command post. We'll figure out how to get them through out.
Okay, good job, everyone out there.
Operations. Okay.
Operations.
Yeah. Info on Division Zulu. Division Zulu actual will need to come off the fire tonight along with the BLM engine.
422 and 402.
Find a replacement for them.
22 good.
DNR base, okay.
All right, I was working on initiating this and getting you guys over there. I'm going to back myself out of Sean's directing. Thanks for planning out on seeing there. So, you run the show over there. Just the biggest thing, need to figure out if we need to extend that evac that's already in place and at some point potentially coordinate with across the river to see if you guys need to coordinate. But this is a standalone incident at this point. You have the resources that are assigned, so.
All right, that's pretty hard to listen to. I'm having a hard time listening to all that. Okay, so we got something else here. Let's see. What is this?
I think I'm on. I've been at this business for a while, and I think I'm almost at 38 years. And this is the roughest combination of series of events that I've seen in my career right now. You've got fires burning at multiple locations around the state that George has talked about. You've got fires burning in towns. You've got level 3 evacuations like I haven't seen before. So this is a very dangerous and very complex series of events that are impacting Washington, especially on the Eastern Washington side right now. So here's what we're doing. So let's go back in the Wayback Machine for a minute. The governor, with some great foresight back in February, authorized me to do whatever I needed to do for fire season. So we'd already talked about moving out with the National Guard months ago. So I just want to assure everybody I've got all the authority that I need from the boss to take care of business right now. And I think that's very important to understand. We are leaning forward. We are looking at possible missions, and we are posturing the fastest we can right now to help Washington State. So here's kind of some of the things we're doing. We've talked about them briefly. We've got 3 helicopters right now up in the Deer Park area. They've been working this Modrite fire for 2 weeks now. And right now, the number one priority in our National Guard aviation is to create more pilots and create more flight crews and helicopters and surge the max availability that we can into the DNR system and help get after some more hot spots around the state. Second thing is I've got 110 firefighters right now up in the Plain, Washington area. We talked about the Little Giant fire. That's pretty much every firefighter that I've got trained. I've got hundreds more available that can be trained. And again, it's a limiting factor on how fast we can train them, but I've got more folks in the hopper if we need them. But let's talk just a little bit about what's going on in Spokane. Having lived over Spokane for a number of years in my career, near and dear to my heart. It's a tragedy what we're seeing over there. I think when the sun sets and the sun rises in the morning, I think we're going to be in shock to see some of the scenes that emerge out of there. So just tonight, I've alerted and mobilized 2 different units of the Washington National Guard. One is the 194 Security Forces Squadron from Camp Murray. Those are professional law enforcement and security folks that are going to be made available to the city of Spokane and Spokane County to help in whatever manner that you need them. So traffic control points, evacuation assistance, you name it. I've also activated our 141st Security Forces Squadron right there at Fairchild Air Force Base in Spokane. Both of those units will be available, plus some Army units starting tomorrow for anything, again, that we need. So starting tonight, we're going to have 30 National Guardsmen no later than 8 o'clock tonight made available to Spokane to get after some business tonight. So, Governor, your National Guard is on it. We're moving out, and this is the time that we train for to help our citizens out. So that's it for me.
All right, let's see what we got here. I guess this is a news conference. Want to check this one out here. This is about the shooting that took place in Idaho. They had a news conference here. Let's take a listen to see what this had to say.
So my name is Matthew Hicks. I'm the Chief of Police for the Twin Falls Police Department. Today has been a very hard day. So my name is Matthew Hicks. I'm the Chief of Police for the Twin Falls Police Department. Today has been a very hard day here in Twin Falls, a tragic day. We initially responded to the scenes of shots fired at the In-N-Out restaurant here in Twin Falls. Officers from the Twin Falls Police Department, the Twin Falls County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, along with multiple other agencies responded to the area. It was a very chaotic scene. What I can tell you at this time is this, is that we've had a shooting at the In-N-Out location that has resulted in fatalities. I don't have the exact number confirmed. We're still trying to make notification of the next of kin. We're trying to work with St. Luke's and our coroner's office to ascertain the exact numbers of fatalities. We also have a number of people being treated for injuries at our local hospital here. We have literally hundreds of people that were in some way, shape, or form in the area of this restaurant at the time that are being interviewed right now. The resources for all of our agencies are completely on board. We are interviewing as many people as we can, but we're encouraging the public, if you have any information about this incident, whether you directly saw something, you have any information about it, to let us know. I can also reassure the community right now, we believe that the threat to the community is over. The suspected shooter in this incident is deceased. He was nearby on the scene there, and we are working to try to ascertain his identity and the motivations behind that. We'll be able to figure that out in the next coming days. We're marshaling resources from across the state and literally from across the nation. State partners, federal partners, along with the FBI and the ATF have called to assist us for help. They have resources on the way here so that we can properly document the scene, interview all of the witnesses, and get to the bottom so that we can give everybody an answer about why this happened and the exact facts behind this today. You should also know that the men and women for your respective law enforcement agencies, your fire service, your ambulance, they have performed at their highest levels today. This is the most chaotic scene that many of them will ever have in their careers. They rose to their training, they rose to the level that our community expects, and you should be very proud of the women and men that work for all of your first responders here to try to ascertain this exceptionally chaotic scene on a Saturday afternoon here in Twin Falls at one of the busiest locations in all of southern Idaho. We're dedicated to try to get information out to you as accurately as possible. So that's all the information that we have for you at this time. But please know we have marshaling all of the resources for our respective agencies.
Yeah, it looks like the guy that was shooting actually, and the good thing about Idaho is that everybody carries a weapon. Everybody's armed. But what ended up happening is this guy ended up taking pot shots at people, and somebody that was just a citizen had a weapon, concealed weapon that he pulled out and started shooting at the shooter. It was the guy with the long pistol that had a silencer on it. It had a silencer on it. The guy had a cowboy hat, I think, or a ponytail type. He was the guy that was standing there on the side of the In-N-Out burger pointing a pistol. That was just a citizen trying to stop this mass shooter. And that's the way it is in Idaho. You know, it's almost like everyone packs a weapon in Idaho. So if a mass shooter happens to do something, they're pretty much going to get shot. Just so everybody knows. That's why not a whole lot of shootings happen in Idaho. If they do, they're pretty much stopped pretty quick. But this guy definitely had a long rifle, and whoever he was, and he was obviously, you know, out to just kill people, it looked like. But anyway, that's what happened there. But let's go back over and listen to see what else is happening here, because I think this fire is still spreading, and I'm kind of curious, like how bad is this going to get here? Let's take a listen.
The evacuation zone is massive, from the West Plains to Division and virtually everywhere in between. This fire, so aggressive, moved so fast, jumped the Spokane River, jumped Highway 291, worked through its way through Indian Trail, up Strong Road, 5 Mile Prairie evacuated. There's evacuations in Suncrest area, the Autumn Lane fire. Here is the evacuation map, and you see the boundaries here. We are talking about hundreds to thousands of people affected, falling into the red areas that you see on the map on your screen. And we can also tell you about 30 minutes ago for the Autumn Lane fire, which is in the Suncrest area along Highway 291, they expanded the level 3 evacuation boundary, which then brought it further south, and it now overlays the evacuation boundary with the Old Trails fire. So it is a massive amount of acreage that we're talking about in their homes all the way through that. Some of that area is forested, obviously Riverside State Park, but there are going to be homes lost, and the deep impact of this tragedy, we are only in its infancy as far as the specifics and how deep this destruction is to our beloved community. Let's bring in Leslie right now, tracking the weather. And Leslie, we've been on the air for 6.5 hours or so. I have to say, I'm emotional here. There's no other way to say this. This is our home, and for all of you listening, this is just, it's tough to share the information, but it's also critical to get the information out.
I mean, yes, and we're hearing from many of our friends who are wanting to check in on their homes or their children's homes, and we don't have that information yet either, and so that makes it incredibly difficult. We want to get you as much correct information as we can. So as the newest does come into the newsroom, we're going to push it out to you right away. And again, our hearts are just with every single one of you. This is so incredibly difficult and just something that we haven't dealt with before. This is bigger than, firestorm of 91 as well as ice storm in 96. So again, bear with us while we try to get this information out to you. And of course, if you've got any information you can share with us, please head to our social media pages. We appreciate the pictures, the feedback, and any kind of updates that you can give us, because you're our eyes and our ears outside of these four walls. This is a look. Again, we're looking at the Old Trail fire right here. You can see the smoke pushing to the east of us as we head into the overnight hours. A couple of questions on power outages, and I want to push in and show you we're at about 28,000 people without power right now in the Spokane area. So again, about 28,000 people without power as we head overnight tonight. About 11,000, just over 11,000 of those, from the information that we have gathered, have been expected, again, with those Vista power outages. Now, as far as what we're seeing out there as we head into the overnight hours, traffic-wise, many road closures up towards Suncrest, 5 Mile, 9 Mile, 7 Mile. So if you are trying to push into those areas, trying to get into those areas, those roads are closed. You can see those areas that are shaded in purple headed up towards Suncrest. Again, that road is closed. They will not let you in at this point. Again, we have got the Autumn fire as well as the Old Trails fire with those level 3 evacuations at this point. We also have a section right now of Francis that is closed as well. Please be respectful of the officers that are out there trying to direct traffic, either getting people evacuated or making sure that you don't drive into an unsafe area. Now, our red flag warnings, they are set to expire at 11 p.m. tonight. That is all areas that are shaded in pink. If you'll remember, this was upgraded from a fire weather watch just on Thursday, and then on Friday, National Weather Service did choose to upgrade this to a red flag warning, which in itself is critical. They then attached a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation, on top of our red flag warning. We knew going into today that it was going to be incredibly dangerous. I don't think any of us could have fathomed this one. All right, futurecast as far as smoke goes, many comments as well with the shift in the smoke and people helping us out with that as well. We've got that westerly shift and now in the winds. They were coming in from the south-southwest, and now winds are pushing in from the west. So that is driving smoke. It is also driving flames to the east of us. If you're wondering what direction the fire and the smoke are going, they are moving to the east of us with that push of winds coming in from the west. Winds sustained, coming down a little bit. We're down from 23 miles per hour just about 15 minutes ago to about 19 miles per hour at this current time. I said this earlier, between 9 and 10, that's when we'll finally start to see some relief from these winds. So again, sustained winds coming down and current wind gusts right now, we're not clocking any, but they have picked up down through the Palouse into the LC Valley and over towards Coeur d'Alene and Sandpoint, where we're seeing some of those wind gusts upwards of almost 40 miles per hour currently along the Palouse. So again, coming down wind gust wise, so timing wise, this is working out pretty well. Winds are starting to calm down. Let's hope that they continue to calm down over the next several hours. Now, while I'm saying that the winds are set to die down, we're still going to see some breezy conditions as we head into our day on Sunday. So we're not out of the woods just yet. And while those relative humidity levels are acting accordingly, they are headed up, which is what we expected. We're at about 32% right now for Spokane and Spokane Valley. Temperature slowly heading down. We're currently sitting in the low end of the 70s for Spokane as well as the Palouse, and then mid-70s over towards the panhandle of Idaho. So relative humidity levels head up. That's how much moisture is in the air. And then temperatures head down. That is helpful. Winds die down. That is all helpful ingredients for firefighters who are out there battling these current wildfires. As far as air quality goes, we're getting lots of questions on this one. Lots of questions on this, and I want to answer that for you right now. We're still seeing air quality numbers in the moderate category here in Spokane. We've got more dense smoke up to the north of us. You can see pockets of hazardous and or unhealthy for sensitive groups, and that means you need to limit your time outside, please. Same scenario as well down to the south of us. So Sean, you can see in our futurecast here for winds that those gusts do slowly come down as we head overnight tonight. That is a good scenario, but I don't want people to think that we're out of the woods just yet. And even though the winds die down, red flag warnings were set to expire as well as the PDS, we're still looking at some dangerous conditions as we head into our Sunday, and temperatures headed back into the 90s by next week.
All right, Leslie, thank you. We're following some breaking news just into the Nonstop Local KHQ newsroom. There is a news conference now planned at 9:45, so a little over half an hour away from us. This was sent out to the media. Mayor Brown and officials from Spokane Fire, Spokane Police will hold a news conference tonight at 9:45. It will be held in person at the Spokane Fire Training Center at 1618 North Rebecca, and there is a virtual option as well. If you are watching our coverage, we will take you there in its entirety, start to finish, to hear from Mayor Brown, Spokane fire leaders, and Spokane Police. A joint news conference just announced by the city, scheduled for 9:45 p.m. We will take you there in a little more than a half hour. As we show you images from all over the northwest area of Spokane and beyond, Suncrest and Fairview, it is hard to believe. And this is, look, the smoke still visible on the twilight horizon. Let's take you back to Bradley Warren. And Bradley, you and I have been in conversation, in fact, talk on the phone briefly for a minute. You've been moving around. It's hard to access some of these areas. We want to be super respectful of law enforcement, as you've outlined. Where are you? What are you seeing? What do you want people to know?
Yeah, we're back over in the 9 miles area, and I'm just going to show you right here. We just keep seeing every time, again, the wind blow, we just see it reignite. And we've got Washington State's National Guard right now deployed, blocking this portion of the road off. And you can see why, because there are flames actively burning just up the street from where we are. This, again, is 9 Mile on the back end of the Dwight Merkel complex. So this area right here is one that's been sort of one of the harder hit areas. And we'll just try and give you a little bit of better perspective here. A lot of cars on the road right now. And again, this area is blocked off. But this is in basically the Spokane metropolitan area, right? So this fire has been burning from Airway Heights, jumping the river, making its way now to where we are. And we just drove past on our way around here. We were making a loop of the area. The Indian Trail sort of turn off here. and that's now blocked off completely at that church right there, sort of where it becomes a Y. So again, we are watching this situation now that we are in the evening hours. Things have become darker, become that much more difficult for fire crews that are going to be working throughout the course of the evening to battle this. But the way it sits right now, it's unfortunate, and it's a difficult situation, looking like we've lost homes. We just were in an open neighborhood where crews were battling not one, but it looked like 3, maybe 4 homes. And we are near, I got a lot of questions on Facebook. People have been messaging me, and I appreciate them asking those questions to me. We are communicating directly with resources, getting those answers for you. It does look like the rehab center over here just off 9 Mile has been evacuated. We drove past it. We could see in. It does not look like there's people inside. I don't have official confirmation on that, but we couldn't see people inside. And we do know that the VA was evacuated earlier today to Shadle Park High School. So we're seeing, looks like some light coming up the road right here, but this is where, just at this 9 Mile sort of area, 9 Mile, just down the road from Dwight Merkle Complex, the former Joe Albee Complex, we're really seeing a lot of damage. And unfortunately, on the other side of this line where the State National Guards set up a perimeter, it sounds like beyond that, it is far more difficult than what we are seeing in other parts of the city, and we've not been able to get eyes on this side beyond this fire line here that's been set up from our friends at National Guard. But from what we've been collecting from the people out here, this area looks to be in a difficult position and situation. So you can see, Sean, right there, the fire that's burning. And you can see just how close it's getting to the roadway here. Again, it's pretty dark out, but the flames are illuminating that cloud of smoke right there. So you see just some perspective-wise. And as you're coming down the road here, passing the Rosars on the way here, all you see is just a wall of black smoke. And I mean, again, the sky is dark, but you can clearly see the outline of this huge wall that is developing, and it takes you, the smell of smoke, you can smell it everywhere. It's thick, it's heavy, it's uncomfortable. That's the situation here right now, and this unfortunately looks like it's going to become that much more difficult as the evening hours progress. Hearing some alerts right now. I think those are sirens behind us. But we've got a lot of officials, a lot of crews here working to block off this area. So we're going to exit this area, Sean, just given, of course, we don't need to be here. And we want to allow for space for the emergency crews. But you can see just, again, on the other side of that line that State National Guard has put in place, you can see how real this situation is this evening for a lot of people across the area. Sean, we'll send it back into you.
All right, Bradley Warren there in Northwest Spokane. Bradley, appreciate it. Spokane County Fire District 9 did post an update a short time ago on their page. I'll give you some of the information as we show you some live pictures for you. Really, this is one of the toughest days here in Spokane County in a long time, and so many of you are impacted. As you look at video from earlier today, this was the scene, a scene of fire, damage, destruction on a path that we have not seen this widespread maybe ever. Maybe the fire at the turn of the century from the 1800s into the 1900s. We obviously had Firestorm 91 and Ice Storm in 1996. Major weather events, but this is so widespread from the West Plains to Indian Trail, Riverside State Park to Suncrest to Fairview. Obviously separate fires, but all in that northwestern to northeastern portion of the county. There was an emergency meeting with Spokane County Commissioners, as we just reported as breaking news a few minutes ago. There is a news conference at 9:45 with Mayor Brown, fire officials, and police officials in a joint news conference to address this major tragedy here in our area. Spokane Fire District 9 saying this remains a very dynamic event. We're working to provide the best information available. These fires are ongoing. Conditions are not expected to improve simply because the sun has gone down. Winds are continuing to maintain, and fire activity may remain significant throughout the evening. Specifically on the Autumn Lane fires located off West Charles Road, it's about 500 acres at the best guess. This was their report at 8 o'clock. If you live in the Suncrest area, they say please follow Stevens County Emergency Management for detailed specific evacuation information as you look at the aerial battle here on the fire. The Old Trails fire, anywhere between 2,500 to 3,000 acres in size. Current evacuation map is from the West Plains all the way to the Division Corridor, that wide. The fire moved into portions of Fire District 9. The crews responded and engaged in suppression efforts. The Fairview fire, it is currently estimated just about 1,000 acres. This is south of Meade. It was a fast-moving wildfire. Crews responded there. They say you can follow Spokane County Emergency Management for official evacuation information. If you are placed under an evacuation order, those notifications are the only official source for evacuation status. So if you hear you're evacuated, know that you are and you need to leave right away. Make sure your family and friends are safe. Material items can be replaced. We also want to show you the power outages. These have been fluctuating. They intensified around 5 o'clock. And as we look right now, they have come down a little bit. At the highest peak, in right around 6 o'clock, it was 58,000 people in Spokane without power. That's been cut down. In fact, you just saw it move down even further in real time to 22,000 people without power right now. That's the latest information we have. We also know there was a fire under the Trentwood substation, and that is going to be a long-term battle to replace that. So if you're without power near Trentwood, it could be some time. They're working on that. They're aware of it. They responded to it. They sent out an official statement. Leslie is tracking the winds. Doesn't look like we're going to get a reprieve into tomorrow from these winds, and really they were the main culprit of how quickly this fire spread. Let's bring Leslie back in.
All right, Sean, thanks so much. Yeah, I talked about the power outages there. I'm talking about the air quality because we're getting so many questions on that. We're actually hearing from our teams out there too. Of course, where you are is going to be dependent on what you're feeling and or seeing, smelling. And right now we have got some very dense smoke because of these current fires. So right now, still our reporting agencies are showing us in that moderate category for all areas shaded in yellow. But those pockets of red, purple, orange, that is where we're seeing hazardous, unhealthy, and unhealthy for sensitive groups. So up across the northern mountains and then the northeast mountains of Oregon are our biggest concerns there as far as air quality goes. I'm going to bring up our air quality as well as our red flag warnings because red flag warnings went into place yesterday. They replaced the fire weather watches. These are set to expire tonight at 11 o'clock. Now, while they're set to expire tonight, that does not mean we are out of the woods by any stretch of the means because we still have breezy conditions that will continue into the second half of our weekend. They won't be quite as strong as what we have seen today, but we're still going to be watching for some wind gusts 20-25 miles per hour, which again, I'll remind you that any kind of a wind gust is going to take an ember from a fire and help to propel it forward. Also, a little bit of a shift in the winds coming earlier in the day from the south-southwest, and now we've got that westerly push of the winds that is going to drive the smoke and the flames to the east of us. And you can see that there on our future cast with smoke. The area shaded in red and again orange. That is where we are seeing the most dense of that smoke currently coming off those wildfires. So again, switch up from the winds coming in earlier today from the south-southwest, and now it is a westerly push of winds that is going to drive that fire and the smoke to the east of us. If you're wondering what direction these fires are now starting to move. Wind speeds have not come down in the last 10 minutes. We're still at 19 miles per hour for steadily blowing winds here in Spokane. They picked up a bit for areas towards the Palouse above 20 miles per hour. We're also seeing some stronger winds back to the west of us as well. Now our wind gust, this is good news, and this is what we were hoping for past that 9 o'clock hour is wind gusts coming down as well. So current wind gusts in Spokane are 0. Sustained winds are nearly 20 miles per hour. So that is a significant improvement over the last 3 hours, I would say, and that is what what we are hoping will continue as we push forward into the overnight hours. This was a dry, strong, cold front that moved through today. When we talk about cold fronts in the summer, some people go, huh? We get cold. Yes, we still get cold fronts in the summer months. Dry, meaning no moisture attached to it. Any kind of moisture that we saw was going to be on the far reaches of the northern Cascades today. You can see humidity levels, they're starting to rise. That's what we're watching for as well. That is good news there. Temperatures starting to drop. We're still sitting in the 70s, but we're on the lower end of the 70s currently in Spokane, mid 70s over towards the panhandle of Idaho. And we'll talk about the winds once more because, as I've said over and over again today, Sean, winds will quiet down overnight tonight, but we've still got some breezy conditions as we head forward into the day tomorrow. So we'll take the reprieve right now in not only the winds and in the temperatures, because we'll cool off into the low end of the 50s, which certainly helps our firefighters, and temperatures tomorrow into the mid 70s is certainly going to help as well. But it's short-lived because our temperatures climb right back into the 80s and 90s by this next week. Still don't see any moisture in that 7-day forecast. We are in the thick of wildfire season, my friend.
And Leslie, just stay with me for a second.
Okay.
I want to share a special note from a former KHQ employee, a longtime journalist, Kai Meyer. She just tagged me here. And really this story outlines what so many are dealing with right now. It says, yesterday we celebrated my grandma's 100th birthday in my hometown of Spokane. Today my cousin Heather and I abandoned our car on gridlocked Indian Trail Road and ran 3 blocks to evacuate her as thick wildfire smoke closed in. My dad became our calm in the chaos, navigating us through the smoke and uncertainty. My mom held everything together while Heather and I made the rescue. Everyone had a role, everyone showed up. As we drove away, Grandma quietly looked back at the home that she has loved for nearly 6 decades. It's an image I'll never forget.
Yeah, these are the stories that are just heartbreaking.
Give her a big hug for us, Kai,
yes,
and to
please
you,
do.
and really just a group community hug for all of you listening and hearing our voice tonight. We're all in this together, and this community will respond in force to tragedy like we always have and we always will. There's a determination and a perseverance with us that is unmatched, and I love that about this community, and I hate tragedies like this, but that is the reality of where we're at tonight, Leslie. And
this is our home as well.
Yeah.
Yes, and you're part of our family.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be here for you.
Yeah. Oh. That's hard. Let's show you some pictures that you've sent in to share from the different area here. And Nina, obviously one of our talented directors here, she's been working long hours for us today. She captured this earlier on, the different vantage points of the smoke plume. We saw it turn darker throughout the afternoon and grow in size. This is video from Dawn. Appreciate all of you. When it comes to breaking news, you're our eyes and ears in these communities. These are the communities you call home, sending these images and these videos. This is from Joelle. If you can do it safely, we appreciate it, but that's the key. Make sure you're safe first, and then get the information to us, and we can get it to people in real time to make sure they have the newest information, which can be critical. It can be life-saving. And now, a live picture for you. The smoke plume is down significantly here. You can still see it to the right of your screen, mid-right of your screen, on the Spokane horizon. We can also tell you, as nightfall has enveloped the inland Northwest, the Spokane Convention Center lights have been turned on. That major facility in the downtown area, not serving as a convention center, but serving as a makeshift shelter for everybody that has been evacuated. And we are talking about hundreds and hundreds to thousands of people evacuated in those level 3 evacuation zones, from the West Plains to the Division Corridor, up north to Suncrest, just south of Meade in Fairview. And we have our reporters in numerous different areas, mainly northwest Spokane. We've taken you live to Suncrest. We've taken you live to the Fairview Fire and Indian Trail along Northwest Boulevard, Francis, Wellesley. The area is hardest hit, and there are so many of you that don't even know if you have a home, and our heart goes out to you tonight as well. We spent a lot of years together, and none of us have seen anything of this magnitude and this type of destruction in a matter of 6 to 7 hours in our community. There are no words to describe it, and I won't try. I'll just say we will continue to work for you, share the information, so you can make the best decisions for you personally. Here are the evacuation maps. As you can see, it has expanded. They just expanded about 45 minutes ago, the level 3 evacuation map. from Suncrest and the Autumn Lane fire to the south. Let's bring Bradley Warren back in. And Bradley, you've been looking at a number of different areas. The streets are blocked off all over. You're back out of your vehicle, obviously, and emergency crews will be working well into the night, into the early morning hours.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Sean. And we are on the line right now. So we are with our friends from National Guard. And I just want to show this to you, this area here on Francis that's burning. So the understanding that I'm getting from people who are coming from that area is basically everything beyond this area is burning. And I did speak with the sheriff earlier today who was sitting next to me in traffic that corroborated that this area down from Francis, there is going to be some high level of devastation. So you're looking right now at the fire that has jumped the road. So when we were here earlier, it was just on the left side of Francis. We're now looking at it on the right side as well. So the fire has expanded and is burning up. Now this whole area is under level 3, but then additionally we've got closures in place blocking Francis beyond this. You're looking at crews right now coming out of the area, and this is going to be one of the ground areas they're going to hit pretty hard and work to try to get a handle on. But this is the blocked stopping point for access beyond Francis. Up the road from where we were on Francis, there was additional closures in place as well. That was right by a church, so that closure active there on more forward end of Francis. But down here by the Dwight Merkel complex, you're seeing a large response hitting this area as the fire is now jumped the road. And again, we've seen, again, the wind and the embers pushing this blaze, and that's really what's created the problem is the windy conditions starting the fire out in the Airway Heights area and then pushing it north to the point that we're at now. And I'll give you just a little bit of context. So right over here, this back area is a gated community. So there are homes in that area that are currently on fire. We were just in that area. Fire crews are working to battle those homes one at a time. I think there was 3 is what I could count. This area then lit up, and now we're watching its jump over here onto the other side of Francis. And again, we're just beyond the Dwight Merkel complex. We've been getting messages from you at Facebook, on Facebook, and thank you for reaching out. It does look like the complex is good. The baseball fields are okay. That was a question that someone reached out to me with on my Facebook page. We haven't been able to get a lot of other questions answered for you right now just because crews are working to battle what they can see in front of them. So at this moment in time, we don't have an acreage update for you. We don't have a structure update for you. The situation just is an all-out attack, and that's how crews are battling this. So as you see right here, this area burning, there is concern that the wind will then push it further up Francis, which is why we have that closure in effect right now. So this is part of those level 3 evacuations that we saw go into effect earlier today. And now, of course, we're watching fire crews battle an active fire this side of Francis, just down the road from Dwight Merkel, the old Joe Albee complex. Just context for you. The VA Center is okay, but everybody was evacuated from the VA Center over to Shadle Park High School. We do understand that a couple individuals were then taken to Sacred Heart, but the way it sits right now, this is still a very active blaze fueled by dry conditions. We all know it was a terrible winter, creating the perfect storm for this situation. And now, of course, we've mixed that with winds, and what we are seeing is a very difficult situation for fire crews that are working to get a handle on this. Mutual aid is responding right now from across the region. So we've seen Whitman County. We know agencies from across Spokane, of course. Mayor Lisa Brown told me earlier that there was apparatus responding from other states. The Washington National Guard has been mobilized. We're here with them. Governor Bob Ferguson mobilizing them earlier today. Those resources have hit the ground. But, of course, with nightfall comes the loss of the air apparatus. The air apparatus cannot operate in the dark. The way that system works, a person stands on the ground and they control the air apparatus like an air traffic controller and monitor and track it. Well, that can't be done in the dark. So we've lost that element this evening as we now head into the dark hours of the night. Ground crews are going to work to try to get a handle on what they can get a handle on, but it's just burning everywhere. And I've said this several times, but I just want to walk through the way this fire was acting earlier today. I don't know if it's changed, but this is context for what we're working with. So it was burning from treetop to treetop, and that's a similar way a wildfire, or not a wildfire, excuse me, a forest fire would burn. So this fire was burning in the way that a forest fire would burn, very different than a wildfire. So the way that is thought is actually from water on the treetops, because it was transferring from tree to tree. You can't battle a wildfire, a fire that is burning treetop to treetop, the way you'd battle a regular wildfire. A regular wildfire is something that you can line, you can dig a dirt in, you can get ground crews on. That fire, the forest fire element of this, has to be battled from the sky. So that made today already that much more difficult, on top of the dry conditions that we are looking at that are spreading here up Francis. The hope, of course, obviously, is that it can be stopped here. But again, there is so much burning right now that fire crews are tackling it as they can. So this is the situation here just beyond the Joe Albi complex, the Dwight Merkle complex here on Francis, Sean. So it's still a dicey situation. On the ground, from where I'm standing, things have not improved. I don't say that to scare anybody. I just say that to give perspective. I know that we've got people listening on the radio. We do appreciate them being with us as we track this. Situation is dangerous. Do not attempt to cross the fire lines this evening. I have spoke to the mayor. I have spoke to the police who are working these lines. They don't want you here. They don't need you here. We all understand that the loss of property is really sad and really frustrating, but you are more important than any sort of loss of property, right? So we don't want you to get hurt. As the fire has just fanned back up over here, it just, you see right there, it got just stronger. Again, dry conditions, feeling that on top of winds that we're feeling out here. And they are obviously, they've died down. They're not as strong as they were, but we're still getting a gust here and there. But I just want to reiterate, there is, unfortunately, if you've been asked to evacuate, do not go home, because this is a very real situation, and it could continue to get very real throughout the course of the evening. So go to the evacuation center that's been set up. If you have a family member that is not in the evacuation zone that you can be with, go and be with them this evening. It is probably going to be 2, if not 3 days before some sort of evacuations are lifted, because of the size and scope of this fire. So for right now, the very best thing for you to do is steer clear of the area. Again, we are near Francis, just down the road from Joe Albi. Steer clear of this area right now. And Sean, I'll send it back into you. For now, reporting live just outside of the Dwight Merkle complex, I'm Bradley Warren, Nonstop Local.
Oh, Bradley, there, just heartbreaking there. That is obviously brush and grass, but I can tell you that's right where Francis turns into 291 and drops down. That is burning there. You go to the top of that ridge, there are homes right there, right at the top of that ridge. So that is a real stark scene that really sobers you and realize the fight that is long ahead of the fire crews and the first responders. Again, we are roughly about 7 minutes away from a live news conference with Mayor Lisa Brown. Fire leaders, police leaders, we will take you there live. We will continue to stream these live pictures for you, and we are staying on the air through at least 11:30 tonight to bring you critical information in a major catastrophic event for our community. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
All right, guys, so I'm just going to be kind of looking at some of the stuff that's going on here with where this is going. I just kind of thinking that it looks like it's still spreading, but they said that's just mostly brush, but who knows where that, what that could catch on fire. I'm sure that can still burn down homes. Yeah, not good. Not good at all. So I just got back to my computer. I've kind of been in and out, talking with family members and trying to get other things accomplished here while I'm streaming this. A lot of things are happening right now. You got to kind of wonder, and Trump is kissing crucifixes. I don't know if that's in a mocking way or if it's somehow trying to pander to the Catholics. I mean, that's not a way to pander to the Catholics, because they consider that kind of anathema that you would disrespect, especially with all the vile things that come out of his mouth. You have to wonder if that was kind of a thing of mockery or what. But hey, yeah, I did know that Spokane was considered for the 15-minute city rebuild. But see, whenever they propose 15-minute city rebuild or a build, they have to rebuild. So there's got to be something that happens, whether it's been man-made or an act of God. Is this an act of God, or is this some kind of weather weapon? You got to kind of wonder. Do they have weapons that are... I was just talking to my wife. I'm like, you think they can make wind? Kind of like the Truman Show. Remember when Truman, he caused the wind to come, and then the waves, and then the storm. Christoph talks to him through the clouds as if he's God. No, you got to wonder if it's possible for them to make wind. What do you think? Is it true? Do you think they can do it? You got to wonder, huh? I'm looking at some of your comments. You're making me laugh. Yeah, the way he was smooching the crucifix was just weird. And it's not just the crucifix, because we as Protestants don't even recognize crucifixes and look at them as graven images, right? In some way, because you can't depict or in any way represent the God Most High. Now, obviously, it's a historical reference, and I'm not saying anything negative about the Catholics or anything, but according to the Protestant way of thinking, we wouldn't put, and we would look at that as a graven image, or some kind of representation, because nobody knows what Jesus looks like. But when you do what you do with that in that way, with the way Trump did that, even Catholics consider that to be almost like a desecration, don't they? The way he kissed the cross in the background of the flag. What was the point? What was the point in posting that? I just don't get it. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what he was trying to say or communicate through that. Just kind of weird. What do you mean the sound? Sound? Do you hear me? M. Saint, can you hear me? Hello? Can you guys all hear me out there? Testing 1, 2. Hello, hello, hello. You can neither confirm or deny. Robert, what do you mean? You have signed too many non-disclosure agreements? Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. Okay, you guys can hear me. My thought is, if this is true about books, how easily would it be to edit the word "make completely unable to be purchased" in book form? Okay. Yeah, he did a lot of weird AI stuff today. Definitely weird stuff going on with Trump. You can hear it's a miracle. Catherine, I don't know why you're saying that. Maybe it's Christoph. Maybe it's a simulated reality, and you're just like Truman, and I'm just imposing my own will upon your micromanaged life. Just consider yourself like Truman. No. Actually, we're just kind of monitoring. This is a channel, if you're first time here, this is what we do. We just kind of monitor the news, talk about things, and chat with each other. Late night, we kind of hang out all hours of the night. And we just wait for trolls to come in so that we can try to convert them. Yeah, we're just like waiting for them to come on in. You were talking about the rumor that AI is buying books in bulk to scan and then destroy. Yeah, really? I'm not sure, Freedom. I think that would be pretty difficult to do. I do think that would be pretty difficult to do. Not sure how that would work. I am pretty tired though right now. And this thing is just kind of in break mode. They're just watching the fire here. Yeah, it's good that you memorize the word Freedom Deep. That's very important to hide it. Hide it in your heart. And it will definitely keep you in every way. It's a powerful way to insulate you from evil. Evil definitely has it. It's very insidious. And insidious is a great word to explain the nature and the processes of how it gets into your soul. The evil that I'll give you the definition. The definition of insidious is, oh, there was a movie about Insidious, huh? Let's see, definition. It says moving slowly and secretly to cause harm, waiting like a trap, or seemingly safe while being very dangerous. Insidious. Yeah. But anyways, that's what it means. So let's listen in and see what else they're saying, and then we'll probably call it for a night here in a minute. Let's see what he's got to say
Just
here.
To the west of Indian Trail and Francis by about 3 blocks near Greenwood. And that fire, nightfall really giving us a stark idea of what we're dealing with here. This fire is just so large in size. They are going to hammer this fire, as we heard from DNR, in coordination with multi-agencies. National Guard has been mobilized, first time since 2021. The governor holding a news conference at 6:15. They are sending resources our way. And then you also heard from the mayor. In fact, we are imminent now for a news conference with Mayor Lisa Brown and the leaders of Spokane Fire and Spokane Police. We are keeping a close eye. The minute that starts, we will take you there live. Our producers here just telling me the county commissioners have, no surprise, officially declared a state of emergency in Spokane County after a meeting and an emergency session in the 8 p.m. hour tonight. So a state of emergency is declared. We are waiting. That news conference should start any minute, but in the meantime, let's bring Leslie back in. Do you want to bring Leslie in? Okay, let's bring Leslie back in as we are waiting the news conference from Mayor Brown, the fire leaders, and police leaders.
Yeah, I was just checking the latest on the wind speeds and still, expecting that wind speed to drop as we head through the next hour and a half or so. And we're already starting to see that happen. I want to give you a look at our forecast, and this is a look at our wildfire forecast. What you're seeing there is on the top temperatures, dew point, and then wind gust. And you can see temperatures dropping. That's good news. Dew points is starting to move up. We'll show you the big picture scenario of this in just a second. That is good news. And then the wind gusts are slowly starting to come down. In fact, wind gusts in Spokane are somewhat non-existent except for within those fires because fires tend to make their own weather. Now winds are coming in from the west, so that means everything is shifted to the east of us. Wind speeds right now, Sean, about 19 miles per hour. When I see you back here in just a few minutes, we'll go through the timeline on this as we head overnight tonight.
All right, Leslie, let's take you to that news conference with city leaders.
We've got State Senator Marcus Riccelli. We've got our Sheriff John Knowles, Council President Betsy Wilkerson. We've got Council members Kitty Klitsky, Zach Sapone. We've got our Police Chief Kevin Hall and Assistant Fire Chief Lance Dahl. This has been an incredibly challenging day for our city, for the entire region. Of course, We're still not done with this tragedy. In many ways, we've still got a long ways to go, but we wanted to get together and tell you what we know at this time and what we can say at this time. I want to, first of all, acknowledge that many people are in a state of great uncertainty right now with regards to their families, their pets, their homes and property. And so I know everybody here joins me in saying how much our hearts go out to you. We care about you, and we encourage you all to take care of each other as much as you can during this time. I want to thank our first responders who are answering the call and are going to be working tirelessly in the foreseeable future. And I just want to underscore the cooperation that we've received, the first responders, local, regional, state, all cooperating and providing mutual aid, the assistance that we are receiving from the National Guard, the Department of Natural Resources, federal resources that are headed our way. All of this is really important because we have multiple fires in our region, and as you know, if you look outside the door, the wind has not died down yet, and it's very important for people to understand that we want you to stay alert, checking in with official channels, county emergency management, city resources, 911 resources, in order to listen to and respond to any evacuation orders that may come your way. If you are in an evacuation area, please evacuate. If you are near, please be alert. If you are not near an evacuation area, please minimize being out and in traffic, because we want first responders and people assisting vulnerable people to be able to get to them as quickly as possible. I've declared a state of emergency in the city of Spokane. That allows us, as it does at the county and state level, to bypass contracting procedures in order to get funds deployed where they need to go. And again, we have the state, regional, and local partners all responding to these incidents. We know that multiple structures and homes have been lost. We do not know the extent of that damage yet. For example, the VA hospital in Spokane has been successfully evacuated, and there are vulnerable people in other care facilities that are being evacuated as well. People who need to evacuate can go to the Spokane Convention Center. Parking is free. Pets are welcome. The evacuation center at Spokane Falls Community College is now closed. Right now, the winds are changing, and this will impact the trajectory of the fires. It may also bring a lot more smoke into the region, impacting visibility. So we want everyone to take care. Do not be on the roads. If you do not need to be on the roads, please avoid the streets. I want to hand this over first to Assistant Chief Lance Dahl.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just want to echo what the Chief, what Madam Mayor stated. Please go to the County Department of Emergency Management website and look at those evacuation orders for the fire. You can see most of the evacuation areas currently are north of Francis, to the west of Country Homes, out 9 miles, so about past Assembly Road, and to the north. And those evacuation orders, depending on the wind tonight and what happens, just be ready to go. Just look at the map there, and they'll have yellow zones and red zones and your green zones. And just be aware of what those boundaries are for each of those evacuation areas. The City of Spokane, we plussed up today with our county partners, had a strike team here early today at the Spokane Fire Department Training Center. Those were deployed immediately on the initial fire. We currently have about 20 rigs and crews out just in the city itself, out on the fire. I want to encourage our members in the community to please stay safe. if you're leaving your house and you're evacuating, please don't turn on your sprinklers and leave them running. We're already running into water issues in some of our water towers and our pumping capabilities because we're using so much. We have so many fire rigs in town needing water. It's putting a strain on the system. Please stay out of the evacuation areas themselves, and make sure that you're yielding to our emergency responders, police and fire, out there trying to get folks out of homes that SPD and the Sheriff's Office did an awesome job today helping us get vulnerable populations out of their homes and out of the evacuation areas. It's probably the hardest day in my 31 years at the Spokane Fire Department. Keep our firemen and our police officers and everybody else in your prayers, and we'll fight hard all night and tomorrow.
Thanks. Chief Hall?
Just very briefly, I want to echo what the mayor and what Assistant Chief Dahl has said. And I want to reiterate that be aware of where the fire is, and if you get your evacuation orders, go as fast as possible, as quickly as possible. But also, we will let you know when it's safe to come back. And we understand there's consternation about your property, about your pets, that you may need medication. But we cannot allow you back into the area when it's unsafe to do so. So we will be very vocal about when it's safe for you to come back into the area. We will secure a very large area tonight and into tomorrow as we watch and see what the fire does. And the only other thing I wanted to say is I want to thank both the fire department, the sheriff's department, all of our regional partners who came together today. The collaboration was seamless, as it should be. And I was very proud of everything I saw, including the hard work of our fire partners, our deputies, and my police officers, of whom I had nearly 100 out there today. And now I'm up staffing for overnight as the fire continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Council President?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief and Chief. Our hearts are heavy tonight with what's happening in our community with the fires and how our families have been impacted. Know that council is ready to stand to support anything that's needed to make sure that people are safe and property is safe. The mayor and I are working, trying to coordinate when you're ready to donate. Donations will be accepted. More information will be coming on that. And I want to thank all the volunteers who have showed up to help, because even though we have our first responders, they cannot do it alone. So stay vigilant. This is when we shine the best under challenging times like this. Spokane, we will get through this, and we're counting on you to help us get through it and be supportive. And I, too, thank all the mutual aid that's gone between all of our fire departments and police departments going forward. So please stay tuned, get the right information, and then watch out for your neighbors and be safe.
Sheriff Knowles.
Thank you, Mayor. I think a lot has already been said that is critical information to have. One thing that I would add to all of this very sage advice is to manage expectations of the folks who have been evacuated. Many times, historically, with these fires, you know, the conditions subside, and our firefighters who have done an amazing job today, an absolute amazing job, they're able to get things put out and under control relatively quickly. The fire danger is not going to subside very quickly over the next 12 to 16 hours. So, you know, be prepared, both emotionally and through having the right materials on you, to maybe not return to your home for the next 24 to 36 hours. These fires are still very active, even as the sun's going down and even as the winds lighten up. They are still posing an extreme fire danger, and our firefighters are out actively fighting these fires still now. So just manage expectations, and again, as has been said, please obey all of the evacuation orders, obey what firefighters are telling you, obey what law enforcement's telling you. They really do need the ability to move in and out of these areas without interruption from citizens and things like that. So very, very good response by our citizens today to get out, and we just need to continue that kind of activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Senator Marcus Riccelli.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate all the work that has been going on today, and share in some of the heartache that's going on as someone who's evacuated myself around 3 o'clock this afternoon. Got a bunch of my stuff in the car right now. Very grateful for all the first responders. Governor Ferguson called a meeting earlier today. Thank you, Mayor, for all that you're doing and all the resources that are coming. And the state is standing here to back you up full tilt. And we stand prepared to do what it takes. I know our lands commissioner is engaged as well. And just really want to send the message out to all those folks that are doing the work out there right now, that Spokane stands behind you, and just reiterate what's going to be said. Get good information, be prepared, don't interfere with what's going on by making bad decisions and returning before you should, etc. We need the people to do what they really want to be out there doing and not be distracted from that. With that, we stand with you, and we'll look to when volunteer efforts can come through, etc. Spokane has a real way of getting together, and we're ready to be engaged in that as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. I just will say I've already heard from lots of elected officials and others from throughout the region. Mayor Terry Cooper, who had to go through a very similar situation recently, and others. And so this is a moment in time for the region to pull together, and we will be updating you regularly and giving the information as it's relayed to us from the incident command and from the first responders. So thank you very much for being here.
Question? Yeah, sorry, Alex with the Spokesman Review.
Yes.
Do you guys have any idea if there's been any injuries, deaths, or an update on how big this fire is right now? It seems like it's been so crazy that we're kind of lagging on updates, which is fine. I just want to, make sure we have the most up-to-date information on what's been going on.
Well, there are multiple fires, so it gets a little confusing to discuss them all. I don't believe that Incident Command or first responders have relayed any information about injuries or numbers of properties at this point. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Sorry, one more. So how much, I guess, personnel are we sending out? I know that during the Upriver Fire, it seemed like we had everyone on Earth out there, and now it feels a lot bigger than that. So I'm kind of curious if you guys have, how many people did you call in today? How many people responded? I mean, what does it look like?
I know on the sheriff's office side, we're above 60 personnel that are here and currently working. And obviously we have to cover the next 12 hours, and we're making staffing decisions about that right now.
You want to add anything, Chief? Or?
As I mentioned before, I had nearly 100 personnel here today. We'll go down a little bit on staffing tonight, but I'll still have close to 80 people.
Typically, we have 69 folks on duty in our staffed rigs on a daily basis, and we plus that up, we're well over 100. Like I said, we brought in 7 or 8 extra rigs, extra BCs, extra overhead today. We worked with our county partners on staffing up a strike team here at the training center well before the first fire started.
Speaking of I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
One more thing. Were we prepared for this? I mean, we did everything we could, is what it seemed like, and we still, I mean, there's really nothing you can do about the wind.
I will tell you, in a wind-driven event, there is not a fire department in the U.S. that can handle a wind-driven event this size. You just don't. There's not enough staffing. There's not enough people. And if you look across the western United States now, and you look across Washington State in itself, and how many acres are burning right now, the state resources are spread very, very thin.
I do want to emphasize that there's multiple other entities that have also been deployed. DNR, Air Resources, the National Guard. Mutual aid is actually happening across state boundaries as well. So as time goes on, we'll be able to give you a more comprehensive list. But everybody who has contacted us has been about how they can offer resources, and we're going to need more of that in the coming days, because as we go from first responder response to recovery, there is going to be a lot to do and a lot of need for assistance at that point too. So I want everybody to realize that. Thank you.
Talking about the evacuation, I've lived here my whole life. I can't remember a time when this many people evacuated all at the same time. Is this something that you can plan for? I don't know, Sheriff, Chief, Assistant Chief, is this something that you can plan for, a sort of a mass evacuation out of an area like this? And if so, is it too early to debrief on that?
Sorry.
I think it went immediately to level 3, and that meant that a very large area went immediately to that high level of leave now.
I'm just getting that many people out at once. Did that? I know there was traffic. Officers trying to direct people. Did everything go as planned, or in an event like this, is there a plan?
Well, I think there's definitely plans. The after-action review will review all the different pieces of it, but I think it's safe to say that we're not necessarily done yet, and so that's why people need to stay aware, because a shift could bring about a new area of evacuation, and so be ready is the main message. No, I don't think we're talking about anything like that. I think we're really just asking people to be alert and aware of where the fires are, understand that new ones could emerge, and that the official sources of information are the right way to keep track of what's happening, and as soon as possible, those alerts go out to make people aware of what to do to keep themselves safe.
One more thing for Assistant Chief there. You were talking about water issues with people leaving their sprinklers on. Is that just centralized to the area where the fire, or is this a citywide thing that people need to?
It was centralized to the area for the most part where the fires were. It was happening there, but as the fire continues to move, right, those neighborhoods that feel threatened are gonna try to protect their stuff, and rightly so. But it does make it very hard as you're filling up 500, 750,000 gallon water trucks, tankers, engines, that when our city water supply, our city water towers are drawn down near the bottom, it just makes stuff harder for us, right?
So it limit your water usage right now?
It can, or it might send us to another water tower or somewhere else where we need better pressure to fill our trucks. It just depends on what happens and what gets taken out of play.
So is that the message to citizens, is limit your water use right now?
Don't be wasteful thinking that watering your lawn is going to be the way that's going to protect your house at this point, right? That should have been done. Those type of things should have been done a long time ago, right? If you've got detritus in your gutters and you've got pine needles and leaves on the roof of your house that haven't been taken care of in a wind-driven event with a lot of ember showers, that stuff should have been taken care of weeks ago, right?
Any other questions?
Sorry, Megan. Do you know how many people are at the convention center right now? Thousands, obviously, but I mean, like, it hasn't been evacuated, but just at the convention center?
We don't know.
Okay, sorry.
We assume people are showing up as we speak.
Yeah.
We're hearing rumblings that maybe someone's in custody. Do you guys know anything about that?
Nobody's in custody?
Not that I'm aware of. This started outside the city, so I can't comment on any fire investigation. Of course, it started in a different jurisdiction.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you all. Really appreciate
Live
it.
news conference with the mayor and fire officials, police officials outlining a tough fight going into the late evening hours here on August 1st. We have brand new video coming in from the Indian Trail area, and there's tremendous destruction there. As you heard the mayor outline, a number of homes are gone. How many? It's really hard to tell at this point in time. We'll have a better idea of the destruction along the landscape in the northwest quadrant of Spokane County with daylight tomorrow, throughout tomorrow and the coming days and weeks. But right now it is about knocking down that fire, pushing it back. A fire is burning along Francis, right where it turns into 291, which is north of the old Joe Albee, which is now obviously Dwight Merkel and the middle school there in the VA. Let's take you live to Bradley Warren.
Yeah, Sean. Okay, so I want to just bring you inside right now what we can see. So we are just at the borderline of the level 3 evacuations that are currently in place on Francis. And we were here earlier today, and we saw this portion of Francis catch on fire. So that is the area that started. So beyond that area, there's a gated community, and there's several homes in that area. That is where this portion of the fire spread from, and we've now watched it jump Francis and become significantly worse. And Sean, you were highlighting what the mayor was saying, that the Indian Hills neighborhood, we're adjacent, that quadrant, if you will, is pretty devastated. And this picture right now that you're looking at here on your screen, it just sort of paints that picture. I was speaking with a sheriff's officer earlier today in traffic, and he told me really everything beyond this point of Francis where we're at, and this is on the Driscoll Francis sort of Y. Basically everything beyond this point has seen some level of fire. So we're watching this right now as it is actively burning. And of course, we have lost aerial apparatus for the evening because they cannot operate in the dark. So that is one level of the fire suppression efforts that are no longer available to us this evening. This is going to come down to ground crews working to battle each individual hotspot until the sun comes up in the early morning hours and we can get air apparatus back on this blaze. And I was speaking with the state earlier today, and that was something that they told me. They said that the aerial support is going to be so important to this fire because it is burning like a forest fire as opposed to a conventional wildfire. So they need that aerial apparatus to hit the top of each tree. And you can see right here as we watch another tree go up, they burn up, and then the wind, and again, it's died down, and that's some good news this evening. But as it burns up, it risks moving into the neighboring tree and then moving into the neighboring tree and spreading. Of course, now spread jumped the portion of Francis that we're on, and we've seen a lot of additional fire crews responding here this evening. So we've seen additional crews responding from across the board. The mayor told us that there was additional resources coming in from other states. Right now you're looking at some of the crews that are leaving this portion of the fire, and then they'll loop back in. But I mean, Sean, the conditions right here where we're at, very dry, right? And then fueled by the winds from earlier today, it just made for the perfect storm, the perfect situation. That right there, Fire District 10 responding, exiting the fire. And one thing that the mayor really touched on, and I just think this is a really important note, if you are evacuated, please leave. There's no need to be here. We are at a safe distance from the fire. We are where we're allowed to be. You do not need to be beyond this point. There is nothing good happening right now as this fire is burning. There is destruction taking place. And that's an unfortunate part of this, but that is what you need to take into account right now. Those evacuation warnings are so important, just as we see little tiny spot fires jumping up here on the side of Francis. I mean, and they're small, right? But they just, with the wind and these dry conditions, they run the risk of becoming what you're seeing right down here. And that is what is so concerning this evening. So we've lost an element of this blaze that we would use to battle it in the daylight, right? The aerial apparatus. So now it all comes down to the ground crews that are going to be working on this fire throughout the course of the evening. So Sean, we're going to send it back into you right now and change vantage points as we are watching this blaze continue to burn from where we're standing, and we're just pulling for our firefighters. We're so appreciative to them who have been just battling this. I mean, since just after 1 o'clock today. I mean, our fire crews, I don't have enough good words for them. I've seen them at fires like this before. And they are in for a long night. So thank you to our fire crews that are right now working to save all of our homes, mine included, in these level 3 evacuations.
All right, Bradley, live pictures for you. This is the end of Francis where it turns into 291. It goes down near that zip trip down there in Nom Nom. Bradley, thank you. Again, Bradley's at a safe distance. We can zoom our cameras way in. Want to reiterate that point. Bradley touched on Indian Trail, and we're going to take you there live tonight in a second. But I want to share with you some new video into the KHQ newsroom. And this is the type of destruction that we are going to wake up to. These are homes that are simply no more. And we've seen similar videos throughout the entire northwest area. The northwest area of Spokane County. As you can see from this video, the roof lines are burning, garages are burning, smoke filling. This is off of Wiley, which if you're familiar with that area and then you look down the street, there are other structures burning there. We are going to wake up tomorrow morning and it is not going to be a good scenario at all. But we appreciate the firefighters. Thankfully, no reports yet of anybody injured. And really, that's all we can hope for with a situation this widespread, a fire this rapidly moving across the city and the county, and then other fires, major fires breaking out. So far, we've not heard of a single injury, and that is a little bit of saving grace here because it can be much different. We've seen that in years past with major fires. They are indiscriminate and they take a house down in minutes. That's what this video is showing here in Indian Trail, just off of Wiley. You see people on their roofs here, I would imagine trying to spray it down, but to no avail there because that fire, as fierce as it is in this video, if it's coming for the home, it's going to take that home down. A scary, scary situation in this new video into the Nonstop Local KHQ newsroom. I want to take you there tonight now from Indian Trail neighborhood. Tori Smith has been at the Fairview fire. She is now outside of the Indian Trail neighborhood. Tori, appreciate your work today. What are you seeing?
Well, Sean, I am on the intersection of Francis Road and West Indian Trail, and we are where we are allowed to be. This is the intersection where National Guard has been stationed, and they are blocking off this area for everyone. You can only go in if you are a resident who has somebody or something inside and needs to get out. This area is a level 3 evacuation go now, as of right now. And just think of it this way. So many people are trying to come home tonight, and a lot don't have a home to go back to. It's heartbreaking, and we're seeing many people come out of this area and talk about how their home is now engulfed in flames. And that's the reality for so many people tonight. And Sean, it's just heartbreaking.
It really is. It's hard. It's just like we're showing so many different areas. Usually we have one centralized fire location. This is just so widespread. It's hard to put it into perspective. Our Tori Smith. Tori, appreciate it. We will check back with you. Let's bring in Leslie right now. And Leslie, the reports are grim. You heard city officials. You heard the fire leader say this is the worst day and night of his 31-year career.
Yeah.
I think that sums it up. Underlines it with an exclamation point that this is a widespread, destructive event that's going to take not months, but years to recover from.
Years to recover, and I think we would echo that because we've both lived here for decades, and it is the worst that we have seen. This is tremendous, and it's heartbreaking, and it's hard to get through, but we're going to stick with you throughout the next several days, weeks, months, years, whatever it takes. So let's talk about what we've been trying to follow throughout the day, and that is the winds, because the winds have been fierce. Again, not as significant as we have seen in other events, however, significant enough in conditions like this to obviously cause explosive fire conditions. Currently, we're seeing those sustained winds. They come down a bit. We're at 16 miles per hour. This is what we're hoping to see right now. Now, they're still about that 10-mile-per-hour mark. Still not a good scenario because any kind of a wind is going to take an ember from a fire and spread it quickly. As far as wind gusts, they've picked back up again. They've subsided, they've picked back up. Right now, we're seeing wind gusts at 25 miles per hour. Those winds now are blowing from the west. So that reminder, with those winds coming in from the west, it is blowing the smoke and the flames to the east of us, and that is what those firefighters will be dealing with as we push forward into the overnight hours tonight. So sustained winds, super important to know, 16 miles per hour. Wind gust at 25 miles per hour. You can see where that smoke is pushing again directly to the east of us. And I just want to say to all of our friends and to all of you who are out there that are reaching out, wanting to know about your neighborhoods and your homes, we are getting you the information as fast as we can. There are so many different scenarios that we don't know about right now, but as soon as we have the accurate information, and I know Sean has touched on that several times, we want to make sure that we have accurate information before we feed that out to you. But we are watching closely, and again, our hearts just go out to you. And so, Sean, I don't even know what to say at this point. It's just heartbreaking.
You know, it's here's what I'll say. We have and we always will be in this together.
Yes, it's so true. I mean, we just are, you know, time and time again, and I know we've said it over and over again because we've gone through many different events together at this point. In my 18 years of working with you, we've had to deal with some heartbreaking scenarios. And our community is just one of those that is so incredibly special, that comes together every single time something like this happens.
Yeah, and we will again.
Yep.
There's a resiliency here. Yeah, we are tough, made of tough stuff, and this is a tough event to cover and to grasp the reality and the scope of it
really
right
is.
now, and I don't think we really understand.
Yeah, it's gonna. We'll wake up tomorrow morning and we'll have a better view, and then, like you said earlier, days, weeks, months, years.
Again,
yes.
But no injuries so far confirmed.
That's good news.
That's great
yes,
news.
That
That's
is.
fantastic
yes.
news.
Thanks.
All right, let's take you to the Autumn Lane fire that is in the Suncrest area, and it's a large fire there. They've expanded the level 3 evacuation boundary a few hours ago. Rosemary Wright standing by there. Rosemary.
Sean, I'm on 7 Mile Road now. We've switched vantage points because the last time we spoke, I had fires creeping up pretty rapidly behind me, small spot fires. We did have deputies come in and evacuate us. Now, again, on 7 Mile Road, and you can see the hillside behind me smoldering in the distance. That is not the sunset on the horizon. That orange glow is active flames. We can see some lights still popping up there, hand crews or engines perhaps working, but certainly fire crews still in the midst of those flames trying to get this Autumn Lane fire under control. The last update that we've gotten was 500 acres for this fire. Fire District 9 tells me that'll likely be the last aerial update of the night because those aircrafts are grounded now that the sun has gone down. Even though the sun has set for the night, this fire is still burning. Many not going back to their homes tonight. This area full of homes, it's a neighborhood, but there's also a lot of farmland here. That last vantage point where we were evacuated from off of North Craig Road, there were cows surrounding us on either side. So I'm thinking back on that livestock, on those farmhouses, on all of those people who we saw packing up their homes and leaving for what may have been the final time, right? So again, active flames still burning behind me here in the Autumn Lane fire. We've had law enforcement officers absolutely zooming past us, heading towards the fire, doing what they need to do to try to keep those who live here safe tonight. We've got level 2 and level 3 evacuation orders in place for this Autumn Lane fire. It's spreading into 2 different counties right now, burning in Spokane County as well as in Stevens County too. And with that, we are seeing forces from both counties, not only from law enforcement, but also fire authorities from both areas too, trying to tackle these flames, Sean.
All right, Rosemary Wright for us there. Our coverage has been on the air since mid-afternoon when this fire started. We are going to take it through 11:30 tonight. Leslie and myself, our entire team that has been working long hours to bring you the needed, critical, important information for you to make split-second decisions or to get family members, friends, maybe you have elderly friends that you want to get to safety. Reach out to them, and if you haven't heard from them, do what you can to make contact. It makes such a difference. I know many of you have reached out to us about providing shelter or places for people to stay. There are a couple of major ones. Of course, the Spokane Convention Center, our Corey Howard, should be down there here shortly and show you that as they transferred from SFCC to the Spokane Convention Center because of the size and scope of this fire and this catastrophe, and they're going to shelter people there overnight. That's a huge facility. They have a lot of resources. They can get there in a short amount of time to help people out in what is just an anxiety-driven time right now for so many. Such a widespread event here, and hundreds to maybe thousands impacted by this fire. The Old Trails Road fire and the Autumn Lane fire and the Fairview fire. We had the one out west by Fairchild. We told you that forward progress has stopped, so that one has been put to bed. But it's going to be a long night for fire crews. We deeply, deeply appreciate your work. We do each and every day, but especially on days like this where the magnitude rises to a huge impact and the negative for so many. We're going to take a break. We will continue to stream for you these live pictures, gather more information, come back on the broadcast side and on the stream in a few minutes. I'm Sean.
All right, so I guess this is just still going to be some of the footage here, but Yeah, I don't mean to get any Catholics upset at me, guys. I know there was a lady in here that was a little miffed that I said something about the cross of Jesus, but that's the reason why the Protestants that's why the Protestants separated from the Catholics, or from the early quote unquote church. There was a departure, and that was the Reformation. That was the reason. It had to do with statues, and it had to do with images of Jesus and the cross, and some of the other practices with having to do with the Eucharist, and the doctrine surrounding it. So it's not so much that we're mocking or anything. We're just basically stating what the belief is. And one of the things too, that with Trump, being that he's not a believer, Trump is not a believer. He may say he is, but it's one thing to say that you're a believer and another thing to show you're a believer, And so if someone says they're a believer, but they're really not doing it, then they have a false faith or a deceptive faith, or, like Pharisees, right? And so if he does something like that when he's not a believer, in the mindset of a Catholic, wouldn't that be a mockery? Now, for me, it's just all around wrong in every direction. But for a Catholic, I know a lot of Catholics were upset at Trump because of his images of looking like, being like the Pope, making images of himself like the Pope. That's kind of a mockery, Who would put themselves as an image? Even though I don't bow to the Pope, I don't think the Pope is anything, because I am Protestant, in the sense of knowing, an understanding of the scriptures that are not adapted to the whole mindset of, Catholicism or Romanism, and the interpretation of that, belief, which isn't biblical. It's just not biblical. All you have to do is really study the scriptures on those points that we had those departures on so many hundreds of years ago, and you would really understand that. I mean, just the basic doctrine of Peter being the first pope. It's very clear when you read that passage that Jesus wasn't saying that Peter was the first pope. He was recognizing that Peter had a revelation from the Father, which every Christian should have. Anybody that's a true believer should have a true awakening from God, that Jesus is the Christ. And that by building him, by saying that he's the rock, and upon Peter I will build my church. He didn't say upon Peter. There's two different words there in the original language. There's Peter, and then there's rock. Peter means little rock, and Petros, and the other word for the rock that he builds the church on is a different rock. It's kind of like saying that Peter is a chip off the old block, right? He represents Jesus just like you would represent Jesus if you understood and knew who he was, right? If you had a revelation, it's like a rock of revelation. So the rock of Jesus is the foundation upon which he would build the church, not Peter. He wasn't building the church upon Peter. That's not what Jesus was saying. Jesus was not saying that Peter is a pope, that he's the first pope in the succession of popes. Now, obviously, Peter had a very influential role because he had a big mouth and he was always speaking and he was very extroverted, but he wasn't any greater than any of the other apostles. He wasn't any better or any worse. Obviously, he was influential in his sphere, just like any of the other ones were in their sphere, or whatever field that God had them to till. But he wasn't a pope. And when he said he gave you the keys of the kingdom, as they say, the popes have the keys. No, he said, I say to you, you are Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church. Those are two different words. Peter, rock. I will build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail. I give you the keys of the kingdom, right? The keys of the kingdom are recognizing who Jesus is. That's the key. That's the key to being established and built and being a living stone that's built into the structure of the church, of what the church truly is. You know, otherwise you're just in a structure that's made by man. It's kind of like the structure of the Pharisees. They had the structure of what they said was sanctioned belief, and they were the overseers of it. And they believed that they sat in the seat of Moses. They were the ones that had the correct understanding of Scripture, right? And they rejected Jesus. They wanted to kill Jesus, and yet they were saying that they were holding the keys of Moses. They had the keys of the kingdom. The Pharisees were saying the same thing. We got the keys, man. We're sitting in the seat of Moses. Who are you? You say you're your father? You know, our father is God. Your father is the devil, and they were basically saying Jesus was of the devil. And, and so Catholics would totally, completely be contradictory on this point with what it means about having the keys, right? Who has the keys? I got the keys. Anyone who knows Jesus has the keys. The Bible says we're a kingdom. In the New Testament, it says, we are a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a holy nation, a peculiar people, right? A set apart people, that we should show forth the praises of Him who has called us out of darkness into His marvelous light. So we are to be bringing forth these sacrifices as a priesthood would. The sacrifices of what? Our lives, right? And our prayers and our devotion. You don't have to be a priest to do that. You don't have to be an ecclesiastical priest, I should say, or an appointed priest, according to some order or some denominational or, structured body, like the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin doesn't approve of you, Jesus, or your apostles, or your followers. So that means that you're just not God's people. Well, that's the same thing the Catholics would say to those who were Protestants at the time. Now, Protestants do the same thing in a certain way. I mean, they got institutionalized, and they became, caught up in an old interpretation which lost it's like the old wineskin. It loses the power. It loses the fermentation. It's just an old wineskin now. Same thing happens in a lot of denominational churches. So I'm not just criticizing Catholics. It has to do with it has to do with just your heart, right? This is a equal opportunity, rebuke to both Catholics and Protestants. You got to know your Bible. I get a lot of Protestants mad at me too. Believe me, it's not just Catholics. Amen. How many of you guys seen a lot of Protestants mad at me? Because when you teach the truth, it offends even those who say they believe Orthodox teaching. So, anywho, she took off though. I don't think she's here, but I'm sure there's other Catholics that are sitting here listening to me. Just so you know, I'm not trying to offend anybody, but the truth sometimes is offensive, and it offends the flesh. It offends the carnal mindset. It offends religion. It offends our desire to somehow try to please God, because we really can't please God. Nothing in our own self can please Him unless we've been generated, unless we've been cleansed, unless we've been washed, unless we've been led, unless we've been having had our eyes opened. And then we bring the offerings, of a heart that's been transformed back to God, right? But that process is a part of that. It's not this religious, kind of ordination type, clean type. I don't know. It's just so weird how religion works. Like I said, it's in Protestantism too. It's just a you're born in conflict when you're born from above. You're born in an environment that's antagonistic right out the gate. And so, it says be careful when all men praise you, right? So when you come into a religion that promotes, through some kind of a system that you have to appeal, it's kind of like politics. You have to go through you got to jump through certain hoops in order to progress and in order to gain authority and influence. Same thing happens in religion. Now, the true influence and power and ability that God gives to humans that are truly his children is different. It's a different kind of authority. It's a different kind of influence. It's a power that can really, truly cast out demons. It's not about, demonstration and power. It's not in word only, but in demonstration and power of the Spirit, right? He didn't come with eloquence of man's speech. He didn't come with looking and appealing to the natural way of thinking, whether it's a religious thinking or whether it's a secular thinking. It's all natural, just different kind of branding. But Jesus's branding is not of this world. Jesus' brand is above this world's brands. There's all kinds of brands in this world. You can have a brand of all different kinds of belief systems, including what you would say is Christianity, whether it's Catholicism or Protestantism or denominationalism. It's a brand that someone kind of takes upon themselves as if it's theirs. I'm not saying that God can't work in people's hearts within a denomination or even within Catholicism, because God can speak to anybody at any place and anywhere at any time. And he can influence them within the context of that beliefs, within that system. They could be a Mormon even. God can speak to them. Or some other group that we would say is completely outside of Orthodox teaching, right? I mean, look at Moses, or look at Abraham. God called him, and he was in Ur of the Chaldees. He wasn't even a Jew. He was an idolater. He was a pagan idolater, and God spoke to him. God can call you from any place and give you the truth and help you to understand what it means. And the more you study the scriptures, the more you listen to the Holy Spirit's voice, the one that called you out of some other denomination or some other belief system, or some other crazy faith, as long as you listen to that same voice that's going to speak to you, interpret those scriptures. There is no private interpretation of scripture, it says. It says that scripture is not of any private interpretation, but holy men of old were moved upon by the Holy Spirit as they wrote, right? It wasn't of the will of man, it wasn't of the will of the flesh, but it was of the will of God that these scriptures were delivered. And they were also watched over and protected over the millennia of time and secured by the hand of God so that every human would have access to them, right? Without any kind of major departure from what the intent was. That doesn't mean translations don't have issues, because obviously human men interpreted them. But God obviously is still in the midst of their interpretations, right? or their translations, I should say, not their interpretation, the translation. The translations from the original language. But they impose their interpretation too. They might impose their belief. Now, when you have a board of scholars that look, there's translations that are better than others. But if you really look at a lot of the translations, the majority of what's translated is pretty close to the accurate original language. And God's voice is in the midst of all that, even in spite of some of the errors of human translation. God's word is forever fixed in the heavens. It is infallible. It is in every way perfect. And God will show you his own word. He'll speak to you in his own way, and his own word he'll confirm. And that's why you study, to show yourself an approved workman that needeth not to be ashamed, right? Rightly dividing the word of truth. So you got to be able to understand and know how to interpret with a Holy Spirit-led renewed mind and a heart that's got no clouded vision or discernment. Your heart has to be truly hearing from God too. So your mind needs to be renewed. Your heart needs to be clearly hearing and submitted to the leading of the Spirit, because the Spirit wrote the Scriptures. The Spirit's going to help you to understand the Scriptures, help you to interpret the Scriptures. Amen. How are you going to ever know what it really teaches unless the Holy Spirit shows you? Anywho, they're still going on here. I think we're going to cut this feed. I think it's getting too late, and we're going to just kind of keep an eye on this. If morning dawns and things are really bad, we'll definitely come back on and talk about what's happening here. But there's also some major events unfolding in the world right now that I probably should have talked about, but we'll talk about that tomorrow too. All right, I think we're done. I'm just going to say goodnight. God bless. The Lord bless you. The Lord keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you. The Lord be gracious to you, give you peace. And the Prince of Peace, who is the expressed image of the Most High God, revealed in flesh and blood, who has been resurrected from the dead and was ascended into the heavens and sits at the right hand of the throne of God's grace, ever lives to make intercession for all of us, is the one that we continually commune with and appeal to for the hearts and the souls of those that we speak to be brought back to him, right? And then we know he's always with us, right? To the end of the age. Go out and make disciples, teaching them to obey all things that I've commanded you. And lo, I'm with you always, even unto the end of the age, baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, not denominations. I'm not baptizing anybody into no denomination. It's going to only be baptized into Christ and the Father and by the Holy Spirit. And then when you come up, you are a new creation in Christ. Old things have passed away. Behold, all things have become new. So, we could say in a certain way, some of you have been hearing the word. You are truly baptized in the Holy Spirit and in the power of God's word. And all you got to do is go out now and just confirm it by a physical baptism to show to the world, to everyone that's watching, that you truly do believe in the Lord and that you're right with him in every way because you're obeying his commands. Amen. God bless. I'll talk to you soon. And check out the channel if you want to get deeper into some of the teachings over on the BP Ministries channel. BP Ministries channel. Go check it out. Subscribe to that channel as well. And God bless. I will talk to you soon. God bless and have a good night.